Welcome to How to Play Nightcrawler. First, we're going to have to discuss the hero a little bit himself, and I do want to say that I am experiencing a lot of the same issues as the community in terms of his power output, and let's analyze why that may be. I think he does have some pretty cool decks, and we'll go over those in a second. You'll see gameplay with every single aspect in this video, so you can skip ahead to that if you want to skip the analysis. But let's quickly just take a look at his cards here. So his alter ego, Kurt Wagner, 3 recovery, 9 hit points, 6 hand size, action, search your deck only, right? No discard, for a copy of Bamf and add it to your hand, limit once per round. So pretty much always has a 7 resource starting hand, as long as you have a Bamf left in your deck. And then his alter ego is, his hero side is Nightcrawler, 2 thwart, 1 attack, 3 defense, X-Men, rapid teleportation, spend 1 resource of any type, return a copy of Bamf from your discard pile to your hand. So any Bamfs in your discard pile, you can pretty much always guarantee you have 1 Bamf every turn. So looking through, what is a Bamf? His Bamf, upgrade, attach to an enemy, max 1 per enemy. So you attach it, put it on a villain, put on a minion, and you get to trigger this hero interrupt. It's a defense, so it counts as defending. When attached enemy attacks, discard this card, declare Nightcrawler as the defender without exhausting him. So even if you're already exhausted, you can trigger a Bamf, but primarily you're going to use this when you're not exhausted to keep yourself ready for the hero phase. So you trigger Bamf, and it does count as defending for card abilities. It does count as basic defending for card abilities, so things to keep in mind. A lot of synergy with those type of effects. And then he has a lot of other events here, a lot. He has 3 events that are all 2 copies each. The first one is Tally Ho, it's his defense event. After Bamf makes Nightcrawler the defender of an attack. So as soon as you trigger this interrupt, before the rest of the attack resolves, before you take the damage from the attack, before any responses to being attacked or the villain attacking, before retaliate, you return that Bamf to your hand and you deal 3 damage to the attacking enemy. So this can defeat a minion before that minion's attack resolves, basically. It can also deal 3 non-attack damage to the villain. We have our 2 times mid-sized attack event, Port and Punch. Deal 3 damage to an enemy, deal 3 damage to each enemy with a Bamf attacked. So if you have 1 enemy with a Bamf, you're dealing 6. If you have 2 enemies with a Bamf, you're dealing 3, 3, 3, or 9. The maximum number of enemies you can have with Bamf is 3, because there's only 3 Bamfs. So you could do 3, 3, 3, 3, 12. Now, if you have any guard minions, you have to deal that first minion to, or the first piece of damage to clear the guard. If you don't clear that guard, none of the other damage can target the villain, which is unfortunate. But just something to keep in mind with Port and Punch. You can boost its damage with cards like Aggressive Energy and Warrior Skill so that each instance of damage gets increased, but we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get into the aggression deck of things. Scout Ahead. Remove 3 threat from a scheme. You may discard a copy of Bamf from your hand to remove 3 threat from another scheme. So you have your hero ability, you get a Bamf into hand, and now you're doing 3 and 3, which is pretty good value for a 1-cost card, although really it's like a 2 costs, a little slightly better multitasking or crisis misdirection. Even if you just play it without kicking it, just 1 for 3 is a really strong thwart event. So really nice here. A lot of these are superpowers. Teleport Drop, a 1-times event. 2 costs, it's an attack. Discard a copy of Bamf from an enemy. Deal 8 damage to the enemy and stun it. And then Port Away, his other 1-times event. Discard a copy of Bamf from your hand, change forms, and ready your identity. So already we can see he has 4 events that discard a Bamf. So it's unlikely you get multiple of these kicked in a single turn. You have these 2 events that require a Bamf to be on an enemy in play in the hero phase. You have this event that requires a Bamf to be on an enemy, usually during the villain phase. And we only have 3 copies of this Bamf card and a single use of our hero ability every turn. So already we can see where there's going to be some tightness in terms of using these cards. His Cutlasses counts as 2 restricted cards, 2-cost upgrade, gets +1 attack, +1 defense, and retaliate 1. So his stat line goes up to 224, which is pretty strong. 4 defense is really nice. Just having more defense than recovery immediately makes defense more meaningful. I think a lot of defense decks nowadays are typically not as strong because we have so much good alter ego access, and it's almost better to recover than it is to defend because most heroes have better recovery than defense. Plus a whole host of other reasons why alter ego is really strong that isn't the point of this video. However, we go over to Kurt's Chapel, which does give him +1 recovery. So now he goes up to 4 recovery, so he has equal amounts of recovery and defense. After you make a basic recovery, exhaust Kurt's Chapel and choose a player. So any player, multiplayer, that player draws a card. So this is the first economy that we have seen out of his kit. It's alter ego locked, it requires him to be ready, and it requires him to have damage, because you can't recover if you don't have damage. And then ultimately, it's a lot cheaper to get this down than it is to get the cutlasses, so it's easier for him to get to 4 recovery than it is to get to 4 defense. His other upgrade here, Prehensile Tail, control 1 additional upgrade that has the restricted keyword. So you can only have 2, but with the tail you can have 3. Kurt's cutlasses will take up 2 of those spots, unfortunately, so you can have one other weapon or restricted upgrade other than the cutlasses. If you have side holster, you can have 2 others, that kind of thing. But the main thing here is the resource. Exhaust Prehensile Tail, generate a wild resource for an event. First real hook we've seen is this being able to pay for any event, not just attack, thwart, or defense events, and we'll see how we use that for some non-attack, thwart, and defense events later in the video. And then maybe the one of the best cards in this kit, Day Tripper, 2-cost ally, 2 thwart, 2 attack, 2 health. After Day Tripper enters play, search your deck and discard pile for a copy of Bamf and attach it to an enemy. Deal 1 damage to each enemy with a copy of Bamf attached. So she's essentially a 4th copy of Bamf. Almost always want to grab that Bamf out of the discard so that you have a future double Bamf turn coming up in your deck. You don't want to rob yourself of Bamfs out of your deck with her ability. You rob yourself of your AE ability in that respect, and you want to be able to just keep those Bamfs in the deck. Deal 1 damage to each enemy with a copy of Bamf attached. Really good for paying toughs mostly. It is non-attack damage, which gets around a lot of things. If you have a Bamf already that you can play on the villain, and you have a minion in play that you want to defend for free, she is really good at softening up that minion, maybe for something like in his precon Change of Fortune deck type thing. So that's his hero kit. And let's real quick talk about some of the weaknesses that this has. So first, right away, we have 8 events, and none of them are in triplicate. So the first thing about events, and there's a couple weaknesses with them. One, you have to draw it in hand at the time when it's most useful. So let's say you draw Scout Ahead and there really isn't enough threat on the board, and so you spend it as a resource, and then next turn you get a side scheme and you only have 1 more Scout Ahead left in your deck. Or maybe you see both copies in your opening mulligan and there's no threat, and now for that entire rest of your deck cycle you don't have your strong thwarting event. Likewise with the damage, Port and Punch and Teleport Drop. You only have 2 to 3 copies of these, 2 here, 3rd if you include Teleport Drop. And if there's no minions, you don't really want to spend them, or you don't really want to use them, so you spend them as a resource. Next turn you get a minion, now you really wish you had that Port and Punch in hand. So there's a bit of inconsistency in terms of timing, when these events are useful. If they were both 3 copies, that would be much more consistent. We see this with like Iceman. He has his thwart events. He has almost no other thwart in his kit, but he's still pretty good at thwarting because he has 3 copies of that thwart event, and he can recur it with his alter ego and things like that. But because our damage is so limited and our thwarting is so limited, we really kind of get into like a top decking situation almost. We can get into a bad situation, events, instant solve for a problem. You don't draw the right one. All of a sudden the board state is getting worse because you couldn't solve it. So now the next turn gets a little bit harder for you, right? So now you need to draw the right event and do a little bit more. And this leads into another issue with Nightcrawler and events in general, is that they don't help you build your board from turn to turn. So Nightcrawler, he can take a little while to get set up, and he doesn't necessarily end up stronger on turn 3 than on turn 1 in a lot of games. So he gets better at defending mostly, but he doesn't get better at clearing the board state. Nothing in his kit is really allowing him to deal more damage every turn or deal more thwarting every turn. So if you get behind early in the game, which is quite possible, then you can be digging yourself out of a hole. One other issue with these events is they almost all of them require BAMF in some way, for some extra benefit. Now you can play Port and Punch just as a haymaker, or you can play Scout Ahead as like a better clear the area for sure. But in a lot of respects, these are vying for your free defense on the villain every round. BAMF is easily Nightcrawler's strongest card. It's one you want to put on the villain every single turn, even if you're flipping to Alter Ego, because that saves you from having to put a BAMF on the villain the turn you flip up, so you save yourself a resource. His hero ability costs a resource, so most of the time that's going to be a card out of your hand. So if you don't draw into a BAMF naturally, which is very rare considering you're going to be getting one turn one with his Alter Ego ability almost every game, and maybe you mulliganed one and so now there's only one left in your deck. So don't rely on drawing into a BAMF. You almost always have to use his hero ability to guarantee you have a BAMF. So you get one BAMF a turn, and that BAMF has a big opportunity cost of what it can be spent on. You can put that BAMF on the villain and get almost a free defense. That means you don't have to chump block, means you don't have to stun, means you don't have to exhaust. It's good. It's like a one cheaper version of Indomitable. That's still good. You tutor it, you get it free if you're in Alter Ego or from certain effects. But for a lot of the weaknesses he faces, it's not overwhelmingly good. Defense does not help clear the board, particularly not if you're not in protection, right? He does get retaliate naturally from his cutlasses, but it's a very slow game to retaliate against the villain, 40 times or whatever the solo health is going to be in like a single player game. So you have your one BAMF a turn, and you have to decide what you're going to use it on. And almost always, it's going to go on the villain, which means these events are all much weaker than they appear. Port and Punch, if you grab a BAMF and you play that BAMF, as you use your hero ability, it's pretty much melee. Right? It's a melee that you can maybe hit the same target with, so maybe pick up a big minion or you deal a lot of villain damage. But the fact is that all of these events are costing one extra resource almost, and they cost you your hero ability. There's a lot of other heroes that get a hero ability on top of their events, but Nightcrawler's events all spend his hero ability. If you look at a hero like Miles, his events trigger his hero ability. So he doesn't get a hero ability unless he uses his events or his upgrades, but they compound rather than use up. So this is one way that Nightcrawler can sometimes have really rough games. I think he's very hit or miss. You can have an incredibly strong game with him, and sometimes you can just peter out in the first couple of turns because you never got any build going, and you fall into this loop of always having to grab a BAMF from your discard and use it to defend the villain, and then your events are all much weaker. So you really need to prioritize, what are we going to get done that turn? Am I going to spend this BAMF on an event? And if so, how am I defending the villain attack? Am I going to basic defend? Am I going to chump block? Am I going to basically not be Nightcrawler for a round and play as a different hero? This kind of thing. And for me, it doesn't make me feel like he's BAMFing around that much. It makes me feel like he does a single BAMF. And I think if I had to suggest one change, I think it would just be, don't let this be unlimited. Let it be an unlimited action. Let him get as many BAMFs as he wants from his discard. It's limited by how many uses he has for it on the board, how many events he draws as putting on the villain. But it'd be really nice if he could discard a BAMF for Scout Ahead, get that BAMF, discard it for Scout Ahead, and then get it back and put it on the villain. That would make him feel a little bit smoother, I think, a little bit less reliant on his aspect. Because I think a lot of times his aspects have to do some heavy lifting. So all of these being one or two times, you have to draw them at the right time, and you have to essentially have them on a turn where you have a second BAMF. 2 BAMF turns feel a million times better, because now you get the kicker on an event and you get the defense on the villain for the villain phase. So anytime you can get 2 BAMFs, it just feels much smoother to play. So Day Tripper is one way to get that. You play Day Tripper, she gets you a BAMF for free on the villain. You use your hero ability to get into another BAMF, and now you play Scout Ahead. Or now you play Teleport Drop, this kind of thing. Or now you play Port Away, right? So I think one solution that I was looking at early on when I was trying him is, okay, let's just run max copies of Mutant Education and Hope Summers and X Mansion and try to just recur. Here's the issue. Next issue with Nightcrawler. He has really poor alter ego access. So he has 0 Confuse and Kit. His only way to access alter ego in his kit is port away, essentially. So again, this is going to spend your hero ability, because you have to get that Bamf to hand. You're unlikely to have one in hand already. You have to get this Bamf to hand, spending your hero ability, and then you discard that Bamf for port away. It does get you a ready, so you can recover. And now you're in alter ego. And what are you going to do? Can you stay in alter ego? No, because you don't have it confused. So you're going to have to flip right back up to hero anyways, except now you don't have your hero ability. So there's no free defense that round. So you're hoping that when you flip down, there's another Bamf in your deck. And a lot of times there's not. At least when I play him, I run out of Bamfs in the deck super fast because you're always getting one turn 1. And if you see one in your mulligan, you're out 2, so you only get 1 Bamf. And maybe you see that Bamf before you draw port away because it's only a 1x copy event. So what do? Maybe you use Mutant Education, you keep putting port away back into the deck, and then you play Hope Summers and you get port away back. Here's the issue. If you flip down to Mutant Education, you don't have port away, then you're stuck. You're getting confused. You're getting schemed on. You're likely going to lose the game in solo. So you kind of have to draw port away and Mutant Education in the same hand, which is really awkward because they're both events. Port away itself requires you to have a Bamf. So you need to have a third card now to spend to get your Bamf into hand. So you have Bamf, port away, Mutant Education. So you can safely flip, use that Mutant Education, shuffle the Bamf and the port away back into the deck that you used to flip down, and then flip back up. And then let's say you play Hope, you get port away. You can't flip back down that same turn. So you're hoping that you get Hope the next turn, and then maybe you draw port away, or maybe you draw Bamf. And then you're in the same situation. You can flip with port away, but you can't stay down. So you flip down, and then you flip back with port away, right? So you don't have great alter ego access, and Mutant Education be really awkward, especially in a deck where you already have 8 events that are not always going to be the strongest all the time. And then you add in multiple copies an event you can only play in alter ego. On top of him not particularly wanting X Mansion. So you always want to run X Mansion with Mutant Education, or at least almost all the time, because you want to refund that card. You want to draw that card back. X Mansion has very little synergy with him except in specific circumstances. He almost never wants to heal with it, because if you heal with X Mansion, you might not be able to heal with Kurt's Chapel. So you're essentially paying for a 2-cost support that is only useful on the turns when you're drawing like port away and Mutant Education together, which is really awkward. You never want to flip down and use Mutant Education if you don't have port away or confuse or something. So you have to build in a lot of alter ego access to be able to use Mutant Education. So it's a very awkward solution to this issue of like running out of Bamfs, inconsistent events. I think it works much better in multiplayer where you can flip every turn. But if you're flipping every turn, you're also not defending every turn. So you're missing out on some of your Bamf. But I think sometimes not defending every turn is beneficial. If you can save that Bamf on the villain between turns, now you don't have to use your hero ability the next turn to put it on the villain. You can now maybe use it to an event. Now, if you don't draw one of your events because they're all 1 to 2 copies and you don't draw the right one for the situation you're in, it can be a little awkward. Okay. You don't want to run Mutant Education without X Mansion because he already has a pretty poor economy. He can't be spending a card and not getting something back for it, really. Maybe you get your Bamf back with your alter ego ability, and then what? What have you actually gained? You put it back in the deck, and then you got it back. You spent Mutant Education, you didn't draw anything off of it. You could have just discarded that Mutant Education hero form and got it out of the discard. So those become kind of cyclical. I think his economy in particular, because it's hurt by a couple of things. One, his lack of alter ego access. It means he's almost always starting with a 5-hand size and not a 6-hand size. And then 2, his prehensile tail is very restricted in what you can spend it on. You can only spend it on events. Now you might want to add Deft Focus or X-Gene, but those again are only working on his events most of the time. And you're almost never playing multiple Nightcrawler events in a turn. you're barely playing 1 in a turn because it's going to cost you your hero ability, right? So I don't know if stacking these resource generators is really the solution. At least it hasn't been for me. You can kind of get feast or famine with it. They all get used, or 1 or 2 get used, and then you have multiple turns in a row where none of them get used. And that feels really bad. If you invested a lot into this and you're not using these every turn, it does feel fairly bad. So his only working on events here is really tough. It makes his cutlasses hard to play. It makes allies like Day Tripper much harder to play. And a lot of those are the cards that like he needs to play to build out to be stronger on turn 2 than he is on turn 1, on turn 3 than he is on turn 2, that kind of thing. So you can get really stuck into this event loop. And so he needs some help in his economy. Now let's look at some positives. Positives, he is really, really good at dealing with double attack turns. So what I mean is, like, if the villain attacks you and then you pull Assault as your treachery card, well, let's say you bamf the first attack and you basic defend the second attack, and the board state is pretty good. Pretty good at that point. You have your entire hand to then deal with a clear board. You didn't get any minions, no side schemes. He's really good at dealing with those double assault turns. In addition, he has maybe one of the weakest obligations in the game. So if we look at this obligation, Crisis of Faith, 1, it's a free flip to Alter Ego. We already talked about he really struggles to get to Alter Ego. Getting a free half flip to Alter Ego with his obligation is very nice. He's almost always ready to remove it, but that's not the strong thing here. The strong thing is the second bullet point. Discard each attack and defense event from your hand. Discard this obligation. So if you flip and you're exhausted and you have no attack and defense events in hand, he only has 5 in kit, so if you don't build any in, then you just discard it, and it's a free card. You got a free half flip to Alter Ego. Now, you don't have to flip to Alter Ego. Let's say you're ready. You don't want to go down if you have nothing in your hand. So you stay in Hero. You don't go down. You can't choose the first option because you didn't flip, so you can't exhaust Kurt Wagner. And you have no attack and defense events in hand. You just discard the obligation. Again, it's another free encounter card that just stays in the encounter deck over and over again, and you can use to flip to Alter Ego at an opportune time. If you have one card in hand that gets discarded, that's fine. Because you can just go and get bamfed with your Alter Ego ability, or you draw a card with your Chapel. So I think his obligation is a really strong points for him. His ability to deal with assaults, one of the strongest lost conditions in the game, is a really strong point for him. On the other hand, his nemesis is quite brutal. Azazel is a 2 scheme, 3 attack, 3 health minion. He cannot have upgrades attached. This means no bamf. You cannot bamf him. You basically have to basic defend him if you want to mitigate his damage or chump block or something. He has quick strike, so he's always attacking you when he's coming out. And he comes out, he deals himself to you as a boost card. So you get him as a boost, he's coming out again. Now his side scheme here, when defeated, the player who defeated the scheme finds Azazel and deals him to himself as a face down encounter card. Now you get him again as another quick strike. And this is 5 threat, and that's pretty hard to deal with. You have to use essentially Scout Ahead and Nightcrawler's basic. And if you use his basic, that means you're not basic defending Azazel. And Scout Ahead is only 2 copies, so you have to draw that when you draw shadows. This can be a rough combination. Then you're getting Azazel right back for another 3. Brimstone Strike, 2 copies of this treachery. Alter Ego, find Azazel and reveal him. He schemes. That's immediate. You get a minion and 2 threat on the main scheme. When revealed, find Azazel and reveal him. Even if he's already engaged with you, he re-reveals and re-engages and he attacks you again, according to the most recent rules reference guide. So you're being hit either on the main scheme or through your health. And then Azazel's Sword. Attached enemies' attacks gain piercing. Now that doesn't really matter. It's mostly a +1 attack, which can be very awkward if you're relying on Bamf to save your health. Because now all of a sudden, your 3 defense, your 4 defense and kit is not looking as strong as the villain's 3 or 4 attack. And if you're playing perfect defense, it's going to get very awkward. Now if you get this attached to Azazel, it's almost like a nothing because you just clear Azazel and this goes away with him. Hero response, after the enemy attacks you, discard 1 random card from your hand, discard this card. We already talked about how his economy can be kind of constrained. You don't want to lose extra cards in hand. That's an extra card that could have paid for Bamf that turn. So now instead of playing a 4-card hand post-hero ability, you're playing a 3-card hand post-hero ability. And that does not feel great. So almost always when the sword comes out, I just never deal with it, and I just take the extra damage. Okay, let's talk about his alter ego a little bit. So it's like we talked about, it's very easy to run out of Bamfs in your deck. So you flip down and you basically don't have an alter ego ability. A lot of heroes have an alter ego ability, but he can run out of Bamfs and you don't have any. So you can also run out in hero form. You deck out, there's no Bamfs in your discard, and you don't have access to it. Now you get kind of stuck. So you can get into these stuck situations where he can't access his Bamfs. Now, my solution to this is you want to mill out your deck the turn you're flipping up from alter ego. So you almost always, the turn you flip down, you're not going to get the free Bamf because you're probably out of them. But you want to mill your deck so you deck out, not the turn you flip down, because that's dangerous in solo. You get, twice as much chance to get advance. But the turn you flip up, you deck out, and now you can grab a Bamf right after you've decked yourself. So that's my little workaround there. And we have a couple ways to do that. We'll talk about in the basic cards I have listed at the bottom, some things that I really like to use with him. But so he doesn't really have any, or he only has his alter ego ability like half the time, maybe less. His only alter ego economy is Kurt's Chapel. After you make a basic recovery, exhaust the chapel, draw a card. I find this to be incredibly critical to smoothing out his turns. You draw a hand of like events that you can't use or that don't fit the board state. If you have alter ego access, this really helps you a lot, being able to get a card off of the chapel. Or if you can stay down, getting a card off of his alter ego hand size and off of the chapel. If you get really lucky, you might have a Bamf deck and you're getting 3 cards. You do need to have enough damage on yourself to be able to use chapel. So if you flip down and you recover and you're back to full, the turn you're flipping up, you might not have health for chapel. And there are a couple ways we'll talk about to get around this, especially once we get into the aspect-specific deck descriptions. Let's see. I've got some notes here, so I'm trying to just see what I've covered already. Okay, because of his lack of alter ego access in his kit, Moira McTaggart, is kind of a trap for him. I would not recommend running it, even though it's in his pre-con. You can only play her if you're a mutant, so you can only play her in alter ego, and then she only draws you a card the turn you're flipping up. So she does refund Port Away if you flip up the same turn, but hard to play. And he doesn't flip a lot, unless you're really building for it. I do not recommend running Moira. His lack of readies can be an issue. So he is very event-based. If you get exhausted or stunned or confused, all of a sudden you can't play these events, especially if you're exhausted and stunned or exhausted and confused. And there's a lot of boost effects that stun and confuse you, especially in Age of Apocalypse, the wave he comes out in. In terms of other boost effects he's weak to, boost effects that exhaust you, like in Project Wideawake. There is a card that comes as a boost that exhausts you. So you think you're using Bamf to save your basic power, and then you get exhausted anyways. That doesn't feel so good. That's his main shtick, is that he can defend and stay ready. If you get exhausted, you lose that. You lose that shtick. If you get status, it sucks if you finally drew that scout ahead with an extra Bamf in hand and you can kick it, and it's like, okay, and then you need to find a way to get rid of your confuse. Or if you draw your teleport trap, you need to find a way to get rid of your stun. So a lot of times he ends up just being on stun and confuse duty, hoping to play an event. If you don't rely on events so much, this is much less of a weakness, and that's something that I recommend, is not relying on events so much with Nightcrawler. He has a lot in his kit. He doesn't need to have a ton more in his deck. I think it makes Crisis of Faith much stronger against him if you add in a bunch of attack events or defense events. I think it makes him much more reliant on luck of the draw rather than smoothing his consistency. It makes him harder to build and be stronger turn after turn. So lack of readies is a significant weakness. Port Away is a ready, but it's 1 times per deck cycle. We already talked about how it's difficult to recur with Mutant Education. Believe me, I tried. It felt really awkward. Utopia is ready, but you have to play allies, which are typically expensive, and none of his economy helps with that. His prehensile tail doesn't help with that. You don't want to waste a BAMF from his alter ego ability on an ally because you want to put that BAMF on a villain so that that ally doesn't have to chump block for you. So you can see how some of these things are coming together to create kind of a difficult play experience. So, one more thing. He's got poor damage in general. I think that's self-apparent. He has 3 attack events and a 1 attack stat, 2 with his cutlasses, but his basic attack is probably the basic power you want to use least. So you get any minions that are too big to deal with easily, like too big for a tally-ho or something, it can be kind of a struggle. You might have to just ping them down with Retaliate over a couple of turns, hoping to draw into a Portent Punch and an extra BAMF. You use that BAMF to play a Portent Punch to clear the minion, now you don't have that BAMF for the villain. He can struggle against patrol minions and guard minions because he wants to scout ahead or use his basic thwart against the main scheme because he stayed ready because of BAMF, but you get a patrol minion to play, and all of a sudden he can't do that. He has to clear the minion, and he's not that great at clearing minions. Let's look at some solutions. These are the basic cards that I'm almost always running in Nightcrawler decks. So first is Weapon X. Weapon X deals him a damage, or he takes 1 damage, and discards until he gets an identity-specific card, and then adds it to his hand. So if you sequence it, that you flip down, you draw a BAMF with his alter ego, you deal yourself a damage, so now you can recover, you draw another card, and then you can recover, you draw another card from Chapel. All of a sudden it makes his alter ego a little bit more worth it, even if he has no BAMFs left in deck. Weapon X can also help him mill out his deck. I cannot say strongly enough how much I think mill is a benefit for Nightcrawler if you're deck building for him. I would much rather deck out entirely and get those events back into the deck than play Mutant Education and then potentially have multiple copies of a dead card to draw in hand with his other dead events. You don't want a hand of all events. It can be quite a struggle. It means you're not building that turn. It means if you don't draw the right ones, you're not solving the problems that turn, so you're not helping yourself solve the problems next turn either. I would much rather mill his deck, get all the cards back in the shuffle, get a free BAMF with his alter ego ability. You have your 2 scout ahead still in your deck. You have Port Away still in your deck now. Weapon X, I think, is the better card for him than Moira, hands down. And we'll see that a lot, I think, in the games. X-Jet, I think this helps him really fix his economy. It's hard for him to play, so we're almost always running build support alongside of it. But he can spend this resource for his hero ability, so he always has an extra resource for BAMF. Now he gets to play a 5-card hand. That feels much better. Looking also more supports. Stepford Cuckoos. I think this one is keyframe, one of his biggest strengths. He can take that attack treachery. He doesn't care about your assault, Thanos, or your avatar of death, or your whatever attack treachery it is in that villain scenario. What he does care about is not drawing shadows, because Azazel and Brimstone Dimension are brutal. Absolutely brutal. He doesn't like advance. He would much rather see a side scheme for Scout Ahead, or a minion that allies, if you build for them, can deal with, or an assault. Stepford Cuckoos, you play it in X-Men form, now you get some alter ego access as well. Because now you can cancel that advance in alter ego. I think Stepford Cuckoos is really good for him because there's a lot of cards that he doesn't want to see. That advance, that Shadow of the Past, some scenario-specific cards, some treacheries. So you'd almost always like to re-roll those, and I think this has saved me a lot of times. I'm not sure if in the games that I've recorded there's a lot of Cuckoos use, but I can say for a lot of the games I've played that I haven't recorded, Cuckoos is a savior. I mean, I've played some games with like Tempest and Aggression. You have Tempest on the board to cancel a scheme, and then Cuckoos to cancel, like to re-roll in advance. Or if Tempest like deals you in advance from an ability, Cuckoos to re-roll it. There's a lot of times where it's like, these cards will lose me the game, and I didn't draw the right events to deal with it, but I'm not going to lose because I have this safety net. Cuckoos is really nice for that. Expensive, hard to play. Try to get it try to get them with a build sport if you can. Going more to the player side, the game's superpower training is great to get his cutlasses. He can struggle to play the cutlasses. Again, his economy is not that great for playing anything other than events. The other thing with superpower training, it is another guaranteed double Bamf turn. You can superpower training, clear that, get a Bamf onto the villain, right? It's an identity specific upgrade, and you can use your hero ability that same turn. So now you have Day Tripper as a guaranteed double Bamf turn, you have superpower training as a guaranteed double Bamf turn, and the more double Bamf turns you can guarantee yourself, the better your games are going to feel with Nightcrawler, because now you have blocked the villain's attack for the next phase and you get to play one of his events and you kick it, and that feels so much better because the events can be good in certain scenarios. I want to say all these events are that bad, but you kick that event, it's going to feel much better for you. Last, we have specialized training here. You can clear this with a scout ahead and a basic thwart. And you almost always are going to want to get defense specialist. After your hero performs a basic defense, Bamf counts as a basic defense. This bullet was added to the RRG. Bamf and Shield Maiden count as basic defenses. So that means that's going to trigger defense specialist. You get to draw a card. So if you're using Bamf every turn, you get to draw a card. That refunds the card that you had to spend to get Bamf with your hero ability, and it means you get some extra economy without needing to flip. I think this is so key. I almost always prioritize specialized training if you can. Prioritize it, especially if you haven't seen Scout Aheads yet. You know Scout Aheads are still in your deck. 1 for 3 basic thwart, boom, now you're up to 4 defense. I prioritize it above cutlasses because I like the card draw, the economy, much better than the extra attack and the retaliate. Now once you get both out and you're defending for 5, that's going to block most villain attacks, which is very nice. We have Marrow and Beak here, because these are 2-cost allies that are solving opposite sides of the coin. You have Beak, which can help you with thwarting, and Marrow, which will help you with damage. So very nice. Beak is play from hand, Marrow is enters play. You can only play Marrow if you're in hero form, so it's something to watch out for. Now the export trait means she's not going to be as synergistic with X-Men traits if you're running like Utopia and that kind of thing. But I don't think Utopia goes in all of his decks like most X-Men, because Day Tripper is also not an X-Men, and you want to play Day Tripper a lot because she's one of the strongest allies. Professor X, I think he almost has to go into Nightcrawler because you need Confused to be able to access Alter Ego if you want to get a full flip. Professor X and Cuckoos help you get Alter Ego. Weapon X gets you more value out of the Alter Ego, helps you let you use your Chapel. So I think these are very important. He's also able to help clear these player side schemes, because we struggle a little bit with building where we kind of rely on dropping a player side scheme one turn and then clearing it with Scout Ahead on a second turn, or with Professor X, or with like a ping from Beak or something like that. This helps him fix that issue of like, I only played events turn 1, turn 2, my turn 2 feels much worse because I have no build out. So being able to like sneak some build in with specialized training, build sports, superpower training, this really helps. Professor X can help with that. He's also just like a ready, right? He's another ready in the deck that's not poured away. You can flip down, ready, use your Chapel. Okay, because that's another weakness with a Chapel. You have to be ready to use it. If you're not ready, which Port Away helps with, or Professor X helps with, you can't use the Chapel, and that's your economy right there. So there's a lot of layers to be able to use his Chapel, and this is his most unmitigated economy. So you need to be ready, you need to have damage, you need to have Alter Ego access. Those 3 things you need to have to be able to use this. And I find it to be very critical to flip and use the Chapel. Alright, Legion. Now I don't like Legion in every hero, but I think in Nightcrawler particularly, he has some good synergies. One, he's milling your deck, and we want to deck out. We want to deck out as Nightcrawler. We want those Bamfs back in our deck, especially if we deck out with the Bamf in play, so we guarantee one still in our discard for the next turn. We want to deck out, get everything back in our deck, get a second chance at hitting those things. He's also pretty high value. If you hit a physical, especially early, I don't know how many times I play Legion and the first turn I get him, I hit a physical. Because that feels bad, because his response happens before consequential. So you're not healing the consequential. You basically just activate him for 1 and you still take a damage and you're not healing anything. I don't know how many times I hit a physical with him in so many heroes, even Nightcrawler, and it doesn't feel great. But at least Nightcrawler can grab Bamf out of the deck. so you're less likely to hit physical, and he has a lot of energy, which means Legion is now solving a lot of his damage woes. So if Nightcrawler is using Bamf to defend, his basic thwart to threat, and Legion for damage, he gets like all points of the triangle are being filled. Honorary X-Men is super useful. We want that extra health because 9 is still a little bit squishy, especially early game. Early game, he can still lose to damage, but we want the extra health, in particular for Kurt's Chapel. Kurt's Chapel gives him 4 recovery. A lot of time that extra recovery gets wasted, but you get that extra health. Now the extra recovery can maybe go somewhere, can maybe get you back up to 10 health. It's good for taking like indirect damage, that kind of thing, any sort of like non-attack damage as well that you don't want to put into your allies. And it helps you play Cuckoos in Alter Ego, it helps you play Marrow in Alter Ego, and then your X-Jet helps you use your X-Jet in Alter Ego. So there's a lot of like nifty things here for Honorary X-Men to do for us. I think these are the basic cards that you're going to see in almost all of the Nightcrawler decks in this video, so I want to give them a quick shout out here. I can quickly run through, let's see. I think I have my decks up in another tab here. So if we look here, there's Protection Deck. I'll put all the deck lists in the description. We're about to watch and see everything. I recorded all the games. I didn't really know what order I was going to put them in, so maybe we'll just put them in the order that they're shown here. Protection, I think the main thing here is we do need to use our allies a little bit to kind of offset our event weakness. Rogue, really good for multiple turns of board control. Legion the same, and protective training is just really good to give you extra uses of Legion, extra uses of Rogue. Now at the same time, while you get that consistency, we can run into some, or we can like tech into like a little bit less of a consistent strategy in terms of like change of fortune, but once you get up to like your 4, 5, 6 defense, we can trigger hard to ignore, unflappable, defense specialists, and then ideally with repost and tally ho, we're taking out some minions, or maybe with our electrostatic armor and our retaliate, we take out some minions. In the villain phase, get some extra card draw with change of fortune. The extra card draw from defense specialist, unflappable, change of fortune, so you're drawing 4 extra cards around. Huge. To be able to play more things. As Nightcrawler, you can turn that into some build. Now you're stronger the next turn. And I think that's so key in Nightcrawler. You don't fall into this trap of playing events, and then you're not stronger on the next turn. So I'm just going to keep repeating that. Hopefully that helps you out in some way. Looking at aggression, I think aggression is like his next, or at least one of his most fun aspects for me. Potentially his strongest, just because the X-Men allies in aggression are, I think, better than their counterparts in the other aspects, and because they don't need to chump for him, you can get a lot of value, a lot of damage out of allies like Goldball that's also milling his deck, which means you get back to your Bamps in deck faster, you get back to your events faster, you get back to Day Tripper faster, that kind of thing. We have Tempest to be able to stop a scheme, so you can flip down Psylocke, Confused, flip down Sunfire. Nightcrawler is really bad about removing attachments. He doesn't have the extra resources to be able to clear attachments. Sunfire is really good at removing those. Yeah, we tech harder into Danger Room and aggression, even if we have to go above 40 cards. I think almost all these decks are going to be at 40 because we kind of don't want to see multiple of his cards in the same hand. It can feel bad if you draw a Scout ahead with a Port and Punch and you have to decide which one you're going to use. So one is almost always a resource. It limits your options in some way. And then we have a lot of mill in all of these Nightcrawler decks between Legion and Weapon X, or with Gold Balls or whoever, that we don't mind so much going above 40. Leadership. I think the key thing here is Suit Up. Suit Up is an event you can pay for with Prehensile Tail. Suit Up for Professor X gets some Alter Ego access, turns on Weapon X, turns on his Chapel, you get a Bamf out of your deck for free. Getting the extra economy helps him play more things. Very important. And then you also get Clarity of Purpose. You can grab that with Suit Up if you want, and that helps turn on your Chapel if you haven't been able to play Weapon X yet. You can get Danger Room Training, which is really nice, especially for Legion, and you can get Honorary X-Men off of Suit Up. And Honorary X-Men has a lot of benefits. You get to access X-Jet and Alter Ego, you get Stepford Cuckoos and Alter Ego, you get Marrow and Alter Ego. Makes things a little bit easier to play and gets you that extra health. So I think this is like the setup for Nightcrawler here. We want to spam Day Tripper as much as possible, either with Make the Call or Medlab, and ready her with Command Team, which comes out of Medlab. Get her back the next turn. Always have her on hand. Gets you a lot of more double Bamf turns that way. Yeah, this is where we settle on leadership. We'll see that game in a little while. Justice, I think Justice and Aggression, I really tried hard to lean into his events that are dealing multiple instances of damage or threat, and it's very hard because they're events and because you need to combo them with other things. Like Turn the Tide was really hard to run in Justice because one, he has to be the thing that thwarts and clears, and so it gets blocked by Patrol if there's only the main scheme in play. His 2 thwart is not clearing many side schemes. You have to draw Scout ahead in hand with it. It can get really awkward really quickly. So Clear the Area, I think, has felt so much better with him in terms of just fixing his economy. You don't necessarily want to run one way or another because he's not the best at clearing too many side schemes. Like he can clear some occasionally if he gets Scout ahead. Maybe if you even get lucky and you kick Scout ahead. But I'd rather run Clear the Area and Skilled Investigator, get a couple extra cards, fix some thwarting, clear specialized training a little bit easier. We're running ×3 chance encounter because we want to see Day Tripper as much as possible. More often you see Day Tripper, more often you get that double Bamf turn. Double Bamf turns feel so much better. Going to stress that a lot. But I think the really key card here, and I think the card that should go on every single Nightcrawler Justice deck, no matter what else you're doing with it, should be Overwatch. Overwatch with Scout ahead essentially acts as copies 4, 5, and 6 of your Bamf. You play Overwatch, you play Scout ahead. You basically just kicked Scout ahead without needing to use up your hero ability. You still have your hero ability. You still have that Bamf for defending the villain. You can even kick Scout ahead and hit Overwatch, and now you're doing 3-3-3. And I've done that a couple times, and it feels so sweet. So I really like that play with Nightcrawler. This is where he landed for Justice. And then last but not least, we have Pool. Probably the easiest one to keep to 40 cards. In Pool, we're running Get in Front of Me and Mulligan as our events to use with the tail. I think Get in Front of Me is really nice because it's more encounter card control with Cuckoos. So you get Shadows, you get Advance, you take an attack instead. Well, we like taking attacks. We can either exhaust and use our defense, or we block with an ally and get the extra card. I really like Get in Front of Me for heroes that like taking attacks in the game. So Get in Front of Me, Step for Cuckoos, and counter card control. Blackout and Tic-Tac-Toe gives you an outlet for like some dead hands, gives you some control over the board. Tic-Tac-Toe can heal Gambit, it can heal Legion. Blackout gets you an extra Confuse, so more flip down. Not My Responsibility, again, more flip down, right? We get access to Alter Ego, and we take that scheme as damage instead, and now that turns on the Chapel for us. Really neat combo here. And then, let's see, Rock, Paper, Scissors. There's only one wild in the deck, it's Day Tripper, but if you look at the card skills over here, almost every single, or like almost 50% of the cards are energy. So if you are showing physical, you can almost always draw with Rock, Paper, Scissors, getting an energy. And you know what's physical is Bamf. So you get Bamf to hand, boom, you show Bamf, Rock, Paper, Scissors, draw your energy, you get that extra card. You basically refunded your hero ability, which is really nice. Now you're playing a full 5-card hand, and you can do a little bit more with it. So for that reason, we're not running Genius or what's the last? Self-Control, I think. The mental icon resources. We don't need a lot of doubles because the cost curve is really low, but the triples and doubles do help us play things like Stepford Cuckoos, and he doesn't even mind if they go down to double resources. We don't have to stay at max health really for this, but he does have easy ways to get to max health because of Chapel healing you for 4. All right, well, these are our Nightcrawler decks. You can see the cost curve is mostly pretty low because we need to keep it low for his economy. I think there are some exceptions, like Psylocke and Rogue being at 4 cost are really good. Dazzler being at 4 cost, worth an entire turn to play, especially because now you get that extra ally activation the next 2 or 3 turns to smooth out those turns as well. Unfortunately, I think even though he seems to be designed in a way where you're disincentivized to use allies because you don't need chump blocks, I think you actually want allies so that you can defend for your allies and they do things for you. At least in terms of like helping you get set up and get stronger mid and late games. So those are some of the drawbacks I think Nightcrawler has, as explained as best I can. I feel like I rambled on for too long, but I hope that's super helpful for you guys. These are those solutions I found to make him feel better. These are the 5 decks, one in each aspect, that I think makes him feel the best. And I hope you try them out. I hope that they help you enjoy Nightcrawler a lot. I think once I figured out some of these things like Suit Up and Overwatch and Stepford Cuckoo's attack training, the fact that I like reposts better than under control, specifically in Nightcrawler, these little things, milling out the turn you're about to flip up, really good. These little tricks, I think, will help you enjoy him much more, as they've helped me enjoy him much more. So, with that said, skip ahead to whatever aspects you want to watch. They're kind of filmed in a random order. I did this over the course of multiple days, and I hope you enjoy. Let me know any feedback you have, and if you want to see anything else on the channel. Have a great day. All right, let's talk about Nightcrawler aggression. I think aggression is my favorite aspect for him, but it's one of my preferred aspects in general. I think it just really synergizes well with him because he does have fairly low damage output. He's kind of opposite Iceman in this way. Iceman doesn't ever want to use his basic thwart stat. Nightcrawler almost never wants to use his basic attack stat. He'd rather use his thwart or his recovery or basic defend, like an assault treachery or something like that. So in this regard, I think adding aggressive cards can help shore up some of his weaknesses. He only has like 3 attack events in his kit, and it's kind of like hit or miss on if you draw them at the right time. Port and Punch can get partially blocked by a guard minion, or you don't really want to use it to clear a minion because you have to use up a BAM for like your hero ability to get the kicker. You don't necessarily want to use teleport drop on a minion either because you miss out on both the BAMF and the stun. And then Tally Ho is, again, another damaging event that's mostly good for the villain because that's where you're going to have BAMFs 99% of the time. So adding some aggressive cards in to help out with his offense is helpful a lot. Now, caveat, I'm running 0 aggression attack events, and or just 0 aggression events in general. I think because his kit is already so event heavy and it's fairly inconsistent, that adding more events it kind of like piles onto some of his weaknesses. He has weaknesses of the event consistency, but also he is not necessarily stronger on like the mid-game turns a lot of the time than he was turn 1, and events don't help you build out like that. Playing a mean swing isn't going to help you be stronger the next turn. It just means you solved a board problem on this turn. And so it kind of compounds his weaknesses to his lack of build. Specifically, I don't really want to run basic attacking stuff with him, like mean swing, even though he is kind of unique that his cutlasses don't exhaust to use their ability. So you have a weapon in kits where he does synergize with like Fusillade or Mean Swing or something like that. But I don't think those cards are some things that like really solve his weaknesses anyways. Some of the Iceman pack cards like Surprise Move, I don't think necessarily synergize. Again, you have to make a basic attack to get use out of this, and you have to use a BAMF. So you essentially are using up your hero ability and your basic power just to make Surprise Move work. Likewise, more expensive events like Take That can be kind of difficult for him. His economy is not that great. He does have Prehensile Tail to help with it, but it's not helping him a lot with like 3-cost events. Even sometimes like 2-cost events can feel really hard for him to play, like Port and Punch and Teleport Drop. Drop Kick is nice, but he doesn't necessarily need the stuns with his BAMFs. So I think one of the better avenues to go in Nightcrawler, if you're going with events, is probably just add in a couple like 1-cost events, something like 1x1, something like maybe you don't really want to run Precision Strike because we want to heal with his Chapel. Maybe toe-to-toe, something like that. Just something that works really well on minions. Toe-to-toe is good on minions, 1x1 is good on minions, and then eventually switch over to villain damage. Chase Them Down, it's pretty hard with him just because he's not going to be defeating enemies with basic attacks, because he's only got 1 to 2 attack a lot of times. Retaliate isn't going to trigger Chase Them Down. So you're relying on drawing an attack event in hand with Chase Them Down just for your thwarting. So I don't really like Chase Them Down in him, despite it being like aggression's best thwarting option. So throwing events out of the way, we'll quickly run over to upgrade, skipping allies for the moment. There are a lot of these upgrades, like Suppressing Fire, Gatekeeper, and Marked, that are better to go on minions, and BAMF goes on the villain. But like we talked about, he can have trouble affording Take That. He doesn't necessarily want to basic attack and use Surprise Move, so these don't necessarily have a ton of synergy with him. He doesn't have a good way of getting like a big damage attack for overkill, and Suppressing Fire he would rather heal with his Chapel. Gatekeeper is nice, but the extra hit points in the Patrol can really hurt him. Patrol in particular is something he doesn't necessarily like. Hone Technique is a big build around card. He can always hit the kicker with his Prehensile Tail. If you go this route, it is hard to play Hone Technique from Nightcrawler. I've tried. It's really hard to get it on the table. And if you go this route, he has a lot of events in his kit that are going to clog up your hands, so you're not always going to be drawing in aggression events, and there aren't a lot of aggression events. You want to run, like, again, the low cost ones, 1x1, toe-to-toe, that kind of thing. Maybe Clobber. I think Clobber can be okay with him because at least refunds itself. But yeah, just go very low to the ground if you try this out. The basic attacking stuff is, we've talked about a little bit, not super great for him. Hand Cannon, Blood Rage, Combat Training. You really have to go out of your way to make this work rather than it super synergizing with him. Warrior Skill, I think because Port and Punch has its multi-instances. This was the first idea I tried along the Justice deck, if we've gotten to the Justice deck at this point in the video. Warrior Skill and Aggressive Energy to try to boost up Port and Punch, but it's incredibly inconsistent. So just like with the Justice deck and using multitasking, the Aggression deck uses 1x1, but you have to draw Port and Punch and 1x1 in hand with Aggressive Energy, or you have to play Warrior Skill, which is a tempo hit that Nightcrawler doesn't always have a chance to get down in preparation for drawing Port and Punch or drawing into 1x1. And maybe you draw into Port and Punch and there's a guard minion and you can't clear the guard minion with the first amount of damage and it feels really bad, or maybe you're stunned or something like that. He already does have a little bit of weakness to status and exhausts because he really is lacking in readies. So going all in on like Nightcrawler doing the work, either events or basic powers, has not felt good to me either in Justice or Aggression. Very similar situations where if you get stunned, you have a handful of like dead events, or you get confused, you have a handful of dead Justice events, this kind of thing. If you get exhausted, it doesn't feel good, especially if you're trying to do like a basic power build. So in both Aggression and Protection, I'm kind of leaning away from basic powers and event-based builds. So what I've landed on instead is attack training. One of Nightcrawler's biggest strengths is he almost never needs chump blocks. This means you can put a lot of value allies on the board, use Danger Room. Maybe you get a flip with Port Away, you get access to Danger Room and Alter Ego. You play down an ally, you immediately attach it with attack training, and that ally for the next 3 to 5 turns is going to be taking care of all of your damage issues. And I found this to be pretty synergistic with Nightcrawler, just to not use chumps. Now this deck is pretty good in most X-Men, but a lot of X-Men have high damage. Colossus comes with a ton of damage, doesn't necessarily need chumps, but he has a lot of damage in his own kit that you don't necessarily need to add more or rely on allies in this way. Most of the heroes of the last 3 waves really haven't synergized super well with Aggression just because they come with a lot of damage. Nightcrawler does not have a lot of damage, and he's good at basic defending or using BAMF, so his allies don't have to block for him. So this is really the route that I've gone into Nightcrawler Aggression. And it's been the thing that's felt best for me after trying a couple different Nightcrawler builds out. So going into our aggression allies, I think aggression has the most fun or most interesting allies in the game to do things with, and especially the X-Men allies. If we look up here, these are the allies we've picked for the deck. One thing about aggression is that it has the most 2-cost X-Men allies available to it to trigger Utopia. So we have Shark Girl here. You get a Bamf on the villain, all of a sudden she's 3 attack. You get attack training on her, she's 4 attack, she's swinging 4 times, at 16 damage. Gold Balls is really the star of the show. He gets up to 4 to 5 attack, and he mills your deck. And for Nightcrawler, milling your deck is really not a big cost. He can pull Bamfs out of the discard, he can pull attack trainings out of the discard. He has build supports, greatest supports out of the discard. He really does not mind being milled, and milling faster just gets us all those cards back into our deck faster. It's really nice if we've flipped down to Alter Ego, we're low on cards, and there's no Bamfs in the deck. Gold Balls can help deck us out, so we get Bamfs back. It's kind of like if you're running Mutant Education to put Bamfs back, but instead of actually having to spend a resource, you just deck yourself out instead. It's really nice in this regard. And he stays on the board forever. He just kills every single minion, and eventually you can use him to kill the villain, especially if you ready him with Utopia. So Gold Balls, he swings for 5, you play another ally, ready Gold Balls with Utopia, swing for another 5. That's about half of the villain stage right there. We have Psylocke to help us access Alter Ego. Both her and Professor X are in the deck for their Confuse, helping us get into Danger Room, help us get to Weapon X, help us get to our Chapel. A lot of our economy is tied to Alter Ego. We have Sunfire here. There's a lot of energy in Nightcrawler's deck, and he really struggles with removing attachments. There's a lot of bad attachments for him. +1 attack, +1 scheme. Retaliate is no fun for him or our allies. And then he doesn't have the economy to like drop 2 or 3 resources on in attachment to get rid of it, especially the ones that are like make a basic attack and spend 2 resources, or exhaust your hero and spend 2 resources, that kind of thing. He can really struggle with. Sunfire helps him out a lot in this regard. Glob, very synergistic with our Bamfs on enemies. So we play him, deals 2, and then he can either thwart for 2 and attack for 2 and do the same thing next turn. We cannot play him in Alter Ego unless we get an honorary X-Men on ourselves, but we do like playing him after we drop a Bamf on the villain, get some free villain damage while he takes care of the board for us. Wolverine, much like Gold Balls, is one who's really nice to stay out all game. 3 attack with piercing. We don't have a lot of ways to ping Toughs, really. Retaliate on a villain attack is the best way, but that doesn't help us for minions that come into play after the villain attack that have Tough. Wolverine is really nice to sit on the board, thwart for 1 every round, and then we get a Tough minion, and he takes care of the Tough, takes care of the minion. Beak is here just because extra thwarting. Nice consistency. Triage, not really for healing Nightcrawler, but for healing our other allies like Wolverine and Gold Balls. Forge helps us get into our plethora of supports, and Legion is here for more card mill. We are running above 40 cards, so milling the deck is never feeling that bad for us. And Legion is just a really good attack training target as well. Get a couple extra health. Allies down here that we're not necessarily running. Magic, we just have to make some cuts somewhere, and I'd rather have a Gold Balls or a Wolverine that's going to clear minions multiple turns in a round than Magic, who's going to solve 1 weaker minion a single time. Tempest. We didn't talk about Tempest. Tempest is another good way for encounter card control. We have Psylocke and our Professor X for Confuse. Tempest helps against Steady, it helps against Stalwart, helps us flip down, especially in conjunction with Stepford Cuckoos. Tempest and Stepford Cuckoos can really help us dodge cards that we kind of want to dodge. Let's see, moving on, we'll talk about supports first. I experimented a little bit with War Room. But it's just a little bit too slow. We have better build out. It's a good card. Same with Boot Camp. It's also good, but very expensive for us. I'd rather use build support to grab Cuckoos or X-Jet or something. In terms of side schemes, the side schemes are kind of synergistic here, but I haven't found them to be super helpful in practice. I think Keep Up the Pressure is nice to add in the same way Aggressive Energy or Warrior Skill does. It adds a ping to each of Port and Punch's instances. So if you boost up to 4/4, or you have 2 enemies with Bamfs out and now it's 4/4/4, that's really nice. It's just hard to get multiple enemies with Bamfs, and it can still get blocked by stun, exhaust, that kind of thing, things that Nightcrawler is already weak to. Grabbing teleport drop is really nice. We only have 1 copy in the deck, but with our allies, we don't necessarily need to be grabbing our attack events all the time, and I'd rather use build support or specialized training that are going to get us more value. Lock and load, this can help get us our cutlasses, although I don't find the cutlasses as necessary as clearing specialized training to get defense specialist. The retaliates on the cutlasses is nice. The plus attack is not really that useful. So when it comes down to defense specialist versus cutlasses, it's retaliate versus drawing a card in hero form every single turn. I would rather have the economy of drawing the card, and I don't necessarily need to get the retaliate right away. And we can always grab the cutlasses with superpower training if we need to. So this is nice, but we don't necessarily need to run a lock and load. If a multiplayer partner is running it, or we have a multiplayer table with a lot of people with weapons in their deck, go ahead, throw it in. In terms of events, we're only running game time here, 2 copies because we don't want to see it early. Attack training, game time is really good with gold balls. You attack with him, utopia him, game time him, all of a sudden you're swinging for 15 in turn just with gold balls alone. In terms of allies, we went over the allies we're including already. We're not running Marrow because this is more of an X-Men based deck. We're not running, let's say, Hope Summers. She only gets the X-Men if we have Honorary X-Men in Alter Ego. We're not leaning into our events super heavy, so we don't necessarily need to go into superpowers. Let's see. Anyone else that we should really talk about here? Oh, Gambit. Gambit is good, but it's kind of, he's kind of more variable than some of these other allies. I'd rather have the guaranteed damage with Gold Balls or Wolverine. Gambit can be good to let us see a little peek into the encounter deck. But we have Tempest and Stepford Cuckoos for that. He was in an earlier version. I just found he wasn't getting played, so we had to make a cut somewhere. Try to keep it to 45. Upgrades, we're only running Honorary X-Men. Very nice to get the X-Men trait in Alter Ego. A little bit of extra hit point cushion, good for recovering extra with Chapel. Cheaper than Endurance. Yeah. Onto the supports, we're running, pretty much all the basic X-Men stuff. We have X-Jet, gets us a Bamf, Danger Room training. We flip down thanks to Tempest or Cuckoos or Psylocke, Professor X. We play another ally, we get attack training on them. Very nice, don't have to pay for it. It pays itself off. We have Weapon X, goes in almost all of my Nightcrawler decks, helps get some extra value out of Alter Ego. Between all the milling in this deck, Gold Balls, Legion, Weapon X, it really doesn't feel like a 45 card deck. We're not running Cerebro. We don't really need to hit specific allies. With the amount of allies we're running, we're almost always going to have an ally in hand. Utopia, extra ally limit is very nice. Just got to watch out for playing Day Tripper at the right moment. Being able to ready either Nightcrawler so you can recover for Chapel is really good, or ready Gold Balls, ready Wolverine, that kind of thing, get some extra damage. X-Mansion, I initially, because of all the extra confuse and scheme control we have through Tempest and whatnot, I was running Mutant Education this deck. Cut it. X-Mansion, just heal Gold Balls every turn. That's it. Heal Gold Balls, build around Gold Balls. Cuckoos, good encounter card control. We're only running the basic doubles in terms of resources. We are running all 3 basic side schemes, build support. We're having a lot of supports in this deck. Superpower training gets cutlasses, or it gets a Bamf on turns we don't have Bamf. And then specialized training helps get defense specialist out. Okay. I think for this deck, we're going to try Project Wideawake. So let me go get that. Starts with a lot of schemes in play, which can be pretty scary for an aggression deck, but Nightcrawler is usually pretty good about defending for the Villain Sentinel. Get that out here. Get OZT and Abduction Protocols. We have 3 side schemes in play. Although the threat on OZT really doesn't matter too much. Let's see, did we put Crisis of Faith in there? We sure did. All right. $18 health, tough Sentinel. Okay, well, Professor X turn 1 and Scout Ahead turn 1. These are really good. I think we pitch Shark Girl and Game Time. Professor X and Nightcrawler can clear Abduction Protocols, and then the Ally and Scout Ahead can clear Mutants at the Mall, maybe? Oh, we gotta get the captives. There. It's a matter of, do we hold on to Forge and Beak? And Professor X, Scout Ahead, and Bamf, that's a turn right there. So we have to draw into 2 doubles to be able to play anything else, which is highly unlikely. So I think we hold these 2. And we did draw a Bamf for free, but we're just going to go ahead and grab our Alter Ego Bamf. Now Scout Ahead is looking alright here. If we don't Professor X, we have this and Beak. Let's see, Scout Ahead, Beak, Bamf, instead of Professor X. If Scout Ahead takes 3 here and 3 here, Nightcrawler can clear either one. And then we have an ally for Beak to trigger off of, but I don't think that matters because everything else is not going to have 2 threat on it. But Beak would clear this. And then maybe we get some damage into the Mark IV. I always pick Mark IV with Mutants at the Mall. I kind of like that. I mean, we missed out on Professor. We have Psylocke coming up later. Let's get a Bamf onto B enemy. We're going to flip up. What do we want to clear first? Probably the Crisis. And we can play Scout Ahead, discarding our other Bamf from hand. It's going to clear 3 and clear 3. Get ourselves a captive. It's Richter. Okay. And then we can do these 2. Or, let's see, Richter clears Mutants at the Mall, Jubilee comes in, and we pitch Beak to Jubilee's ability. And then Richter... Oh no, Richter has to clear it. Okay. I think we just might take the attack from the Mark IV, which is unfortunate. Because 3-on-3 is rough, but we get Specialized or Cutlass is still coming up in the deck. I like having the extra allies in play. Let's go ahead and just have Beak clear it with his ability, which is going to flip and get us Jubilee. And then, I don't know, do we have enough to kill the Mark III? I don't think so. If we had Wolfsbane, that would be nice. We could grab the Mark III, kill the Mark III. But I think we're going to be 1 short on the Mark IV. Yeah, I don't really want to grab the Mark II and Surge. So I think we grab the Mark IV here. Richter can attack it for 1, and then after he attacks, deal 1 damage to the villain, so it pings this tough, and each minion engage with us, so that's going to be the Mark IV. And then Beak. Oh, I guess we can clear it if we activate it with both. Yeah, there we go. Beak and Jubilee. I don't know why I was overthinking that so much. There we go. That was a really good turn 1 for us. Glad we figured it out. Let's Bamf the villain. It's 3 on 3. He's gonna make it 6 on 3. That's not fair. And then your counter card is Mark 5. It's gonna grab targeted for elimination. Alright, what can we do here? Psylocke, start setting up a flip down. Just don't see a good way. If we do Psylocke, there's not a good way of clearing the Mark 5, unfortunately. I wonder if we can just clear him, clear the main, and hard flip. Like if we do Triage, Bamf maybe? Or Triage X-Mansion. Or we do Triage and Jubilee. Jubilee might be the only way we're clearing him. Jubilee's ability, actually. Yeah, let's pitch X-Jet to Jubilee. It's going to put 2 on this guy. Richter can attack him. It's going to put another 2 on, and then 1 up here. And then Beak can clear him. Bye, Beak. And then we can have Nightcrawler clear the main. Alright. Now we can flip down and use our Bamf from deck to play Psylocke, actually. I like that. He is steady, so it's not going to be a full confuse, but next turn we might lose a card, but it's okay. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll put 2 damage onto him, half a confuse. Alright. If he gets a 1 boost or a 0 boost, we're safe. Might have Chapel. No Chapel. 1 on. Schemes for 2, 3, 4. Nope. We lose the top card of our deck. And then this. No, we saw Sunfire last hand. It's kind of a shame. We can do some major build here, though. Let's go ahead and grab Danger Room. I think we're all out of Bamps in our deck, but I'm just checking. Yeah. We saw them all early. Let's see. Retaliate is going to kill Psylocke, but maybe that's not so bad. There's no threat. I think we're just going to hard build here. Teleport drop for Weapon X. Maybe we get Chapel. That'd be lucky. Port away. Not super helpful here. Let's just recover. And if we do Superpower Training and Honorary X-Men, we don't get Bamf. Would have been nice to draw an ally here for Danger Room. If Richter attacks, the Retaliate kills him before his response goes off. We can flip up, Psylocke can thwart, and then attack him. Just takes a lot of turns to get that value going. I think we're going to basic defend his attack. Although if we grab Warn, if we get Warn the others, that's going to suck. Or if we get an attack treachery. Sorry, opened up a tab on accident. Going to have to edit that out. Sometimes just misclick in Tabletop Simulator and random stuff happens. Okay. Maybe we're passing up on Honorary here, unfortunately. I'd love to get it, but I don't think we can. We'll do Port Away for Superpower Training. 1, 2, 3. Honorary will grab us a Bamf. And then we can have Psylocke take 2 off of Superpower Training. And we have Richter cleared. I kind of like saving him for minions that show up. Even if we're going to take an extra damage next turn. We can always clear Superpower Training the turn after. Let's go ahead and draw 5. 1 threat on. We're going to Bamf his attack. It's 3 on 3. We're stunned. Took no damage. That's nice. And we get the Mark 4. Okay, good. Good thing we kept Richter around. So let's see. Guard and Patrol. We got to take him out before we can use Psylocke. It's actually a little annoying. We'll have Richter ping him for 2. 1 into the Sentinel. We have an energy. Yeah, we're going to pitch Game Time to Jubilee. That's going to clear the Mark 4. Nightcrawler can clear superpower training, get his cutlasses. Not too worried about the stun. And then Prehensile Tail is nice, but I feel like Utopia is even better. Let's go Psylocke for 1-2. Turn this into a full confuse. She goes away. I mean, the other thing was you do Prehensile Tail and Bamf. But I think I like Utopia and Bamf, even though we lose out on Gold Balls and Legion. I think Utopia just has a lot of value here, especially in a scenario like this where readies are premium. Alright, 5 cards, 1 threat on. Not the best hand. We're going to Bamf. Now it's 3 into 4. We're going to make it 4 into 4. He takes Retaliate. We get exhausted by that encounter, that boost card. Sentinel Mark II is going to surge into the Mark V, which is going to attack us for 3. This is not great. Probably need to flip here. We drew no allies after Utopia. Oh wait, this guy gets a Retaliate. Let's see, that could be helpful. Maybe we Port and Punch. Do 3 for Cuckoos. So let's think about this. Hold on. So we do 3 for Cuckoos. Now, 3 for Cuckoos, scout ahead. Clears this guy with Jubilee. Oh, we can't flip down unless we clear both because of targeted for elimination. So we're not flipping down at all. So we definitely have to Port and Punch. I think we gotta lose the Cuckoos, unfortunately. We Bamf up here. We use Port and Punch to deal 3 here. I'm not sure if this feels right. 3 here. Jubilee, scout ahead, take out the Mark II. Or just take out the Mark V, leave this guy. Slowly kill himself to Retaliate. Ah, boy. Decisions. Alright, I think we take him out. Yeah. This is unfortunate. Unfortunate turn of events. Show me ally. Tempest is exactly what I want right now. Okay, we're going to Bamf the Sentinel. He's attacking for 3 against our 4. Give him a tough. Our Retaliate is going to ping that tough. And then this guy hits us for 2. And he takes 1 back. And counter card is Mark II. Oh my god. Gang up. I think this is going to be death. Yeah. Defend. For a 4 on 3. Okay, take Retaliate. And then this guy can hit us for 2 and dies to Retaliate. And then we lose Jubilee. That's so sad. Yeah, we have to defend. Lose Jubilee. Womp womp. She goes to the victory display. Oh wait, no, she goes under 0 tolerance. So 2 cards under already. Not great. We do have Kurt's Chapel. That's really good. We do Kurt's Chapel and Tempest. But we can't take out the Mark II. So I'm going to have to do Glob. Oh, this is rough. I have to basic attack with Nightcrawler, honestly. Oh no, he's stunned. How are we taking out this Mark II without Jubilee? This is looking incredibly bad for us, honestly. We're going to have to play Glob and flip and hold the chapel, which feels awful, but at least we won't deck out. Yeah, we're going to have to play Glob. Ugh, this feels so bad. Ready with Utopia. Glob takes out the Sentinel Mark II. Flip. There's no BAMFs in the deck, right? I'm pretty sure there's none. Yep. Oh, next hand we might get Day Tripper. That could help turn it around. Let's recover for 3. Hold on to Chapel. Don't deck out. 1. Confused. And counter card is Caught Off Guard. Oof. What are we catching off guard here? Maybe Danger Room. Okay. Let's get the Chapel. We'll do Port and Punch, Chapel. Do we Weapon X first to deck out and get a free BAMF? I feel like yes. Deck out. Yep. Grab a free BAMF out of the deck, the newly shuffled deck. Get a deck out card. Let's recover for 4. Back to 7. That's nice. We can do Day Tripper with these 2 attack trainings. She can grab a BAMF. Or maybe we keep 1 attack training and spend this other BAMF we had in hand here. That's going to deal him 1 damage. Day Tripper can take 2 off the main. And then we use Tally Ho for an attack training onto Glob. He can take 2 off the main. Okay. I can live with that. 50% of the way to a loss. We lost Jubilee, but here we are. We're going to BAMF. He is attacking for 3 against our 4. It's going to be 5 against 4. We take 1. He takes 1. Targeted for elimination is going to surge because we already have it. Into advance. We need a 0 boost here. It's a 1 boost. So, top card of our deck over there. And then he gets 8 health. 13. In this scenario, we kind of need to get out Tempest and Stepford Cuckoos and just like sit on them. Well, we got our Danger Room back. Let's clear our stun. Grab a BAMF. Oh no. We just discard our discard pile. Let's rewind. Hold on. Rewinding. Classic tabletop simulator problems. You know, when I'm playing in person, I pretty much never discard my entire deck or my entire discard pile. It never disappears like that on me. Okay, so what did we do? We got down Danger Room. And we need to pitch a card to get a BAMF. I mean, Shark Girl getting attack training feels really good. Maybe we flip down, we get a BAMF out of the deck and port away up. I feel like that seems better. So let's flip. Let's get a BAMF first. BAMF, BAMF, BAMF. Okay. Shuffle, shuffle. Weapon X. Okay. Chapel. Back to full. Let's go ahead and use Genius on Shark Girl. Grab Danger Room. Ooh, maybe... Oh man, we're going to miss out on Utopia. Because there's no honorary. So it's either attack training or Utopia. I feel like it's attack training. Let's get that attack training down. Using Danger Room. And now we're going to discard a BAMF for Port Away. Flip up, ready. Clear our stun. Discard Port and Punch to get that BAMF back. Maybe we don't clear our stun. Maybe we just clear targeted for elimination. And then... Let's see, Shark Girl's got 4 health. She's swinging for 4. She takes her Retaliate. We have Sunfire coming up still, right? Can sit on her health. because we really want to get this gone. So annoying. If we didn't have this, he wouldn't have schemed out on that advance pull. Let's just go ahead and day trippers for 2. Sit on Glob's health, sit on Shark Girl. Lose energy, draw 5. 1 card. We're going to Bamf. So it's 3 onto 4. Make it 4 onto 4. We exhaust again. Lame. He takes Retaliate. Encounter card, Crisis of Faith. Well, I can't exhaust. And we don't have any attack and defense events. So we just flip down and it discards. And that was like a free encounter card. Nice little easy obligation there. Unfortunately, can't ready for Kurt's Chapel. But we can get a Bamf out of the deck here, maybe, if there are any. Nope. Ooh, Sunfire. Wait. Are there anything for Weapon X to hit? Because we don't want to mill past Sunfire. Let's see, there's 5 out of 12 cards are signature cards. So I think there's a good chance we hit 1 before we hit Sunfire. Good. Okay. Did we want to Danger Room before we flip? We do have 3 energy for his plus health at least. So 3 energy, Wolverine for Bamf, Tempest for Prehensile Tail. I feel like we're 1 card away from losing. We have to play Tempest. Yeah, we have to play Tempest here to avoid an advance loss. Hope we draw Sunfire next turn. So we'll flip up. Oh, we do have game time. Game time through Shark Girl. And maybe we're not worried about the plus health at all. So we might just be able to take him out. Well, we know we want to play Tempest, so we go Scout Ahead and Wolverine for Tempest. I can ready Nightcrawler. I want to pitch a game time to get a Bamf out. Now it's just a matter of, do we want to use game time or do we want to get the tail down? I'm not in a huge rush to kill off our allies, so let's get the tail. Tempest can clear the main. Nightcrawler can clear his stun. And maybe we just have Glob attack him for 3. It's going to be a shame for Tempest, or sorry, for Sunfire to miss the shuffle. So we have these 2 bad attachments. Maybe just deal with the extra health. Or aggression after all. Yeah, I like this. We can do Glob for 3. He's going to take Retaliates and he's going to take Consequential. Alright. 1 card. We're going to Bamf. He's attacking for 3. We're defending for 4. Good thing we got rid of Targeted for Elimination. He takes Retaliate. I really wish we had cleared Specialized at some point. Master Plan. That's a free encounter card in this scenario. We got back-to-back free turns, basically. So now we're really catching up after being behind super early. Let's go X-Jets and Scout Ahead for Sunfire. Discarding Port and Punch. That's going to discard this Retaliate and plus Scheme. Sunfire can go ahead and take 1 off the main. We're going to drop Beak to get Bamf back. Shark Girl can swing for 4. Oh, you know what? If we pop him right now, he's just going to get us a double encounter card and a Crisis Scheme. But maybe this is the best time to do it. 13 cards. How many advances have we seen? We've seen both. So I think this is good. We might hit Warn the Others is the only thing I'm worried about. Hitting Warn the Others would suck. There's both still in the deck. Oh boy. Well, we at least have Tempest, so we can flip and get rid of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and Nightcrawler to pop him, because I think we got to do it at some point. He comes in with tough. 22 health. And then we're going to get Abduction Protocols out of the discard pile, because I don't think we mind seeing one from the deck. Get a free ally when we clear it. Deal each player a face down encounter card. Okay. 5 cards. 1, we bamf, he attacks 3 into our 4. Alright, so we ping his tough. I really wish we had specialized training cleared. Mutant detected. The villain in each minion engaged attacks. We do have Legion to ready with Utopia if we get Warn the Others as our second card. So I think we're going to basic defend. He's going to attack 3 on 4. If we're stunned, he takes 1 back from Retaliate. And then this is Warn the Others, we have to play Legion. It's assaults. Okay, that's fine. He's attacking for 3, 4, 5. Nice to see Warn the Others go. Down to 3, he takes Retaliate again. Okay. Legion feels best, I want to say. I think build support, Tally Ho, and teleport trap. Or oh yeah, we're stunned, so teleport trap's not doing anything. Let's grab Legion. Ready with Utopia. Now do we flip and recover? Because we can cancel a scheme with Tempest. There's no advances left. So maybe we should have flipped first and then played Legion for Danger Room. So let's put Honorary on ourselves so that we can ready off Utopia and Alter Ego. So let's do this, and then we play Legion, which is going to ready us with Utopia, and Danger Room is going to get Legion and attack training. Oh, the last card in our deck is attack training. So let's deck ourselves. Nope, it's not. Where? Oh, it must be up here. It looks like we've lost a copy of attack training to Operation Zero Tolerance. That's not the worst card to lose. Okay. And then we recover. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to draw this card. Decks us. Weapon X. First we get a free Bamf out of our deck. And then we Weapon X. And there's a good chance that we hit Port Away, maybe? Oh, I don't know. Did we already do the damage for Weapon X? Let's see. We did 3 to 4, so 7. We should be at 6. Scout ahead. Not helping here. And we played Honorary. That got us up to 4. Then we recovered for 4 to 8. And then we Weapon X down to 7. That's it. Oh, we should have used Sunfire first to get him back in the shuffle. So let's have Sunfire take 1 there. Don't know what I was thinking. Legion will take another one here. Discard a physical. The worst possible thing. Get our free Bamf. Alright, this seems good. Do we want to hold Scout ahead? I think so. It's Psylocke I'm not sure about. Let's not hold Psylocke. Okay, Sunfire, great. Oh, he should have plus 8 health, so he should be at 28 right now. Alright, 1 threat on. We're going to discard Tempest to cancel this scheme. Deals us an encounter card. So we're going to have 3 encounter cards instead. Probably all minions. Warn the Others, that's fine. Abduction Protocols. Getting kind of scary. Good thing we held Scout ahead. Shadow of the Past. Also scary here. Well, we got a couple free turns in a row, so the villain can... he can do that. I'm glad he's not decking out at least. We have to exhaust for Warn the Others. There's no choice. We miss out on Chapel. Grab a free Bamf. At least we have a Bamf down, so we can kick Scout ahead now. Yeah, kicking Scout ahead seems really good. Shark Girl can clear a Zazzle, but we probably want to clear the Hazard scheme. Let's go ahead and Weapon X. Port and Punch. Okay. Now, do we Danger Room? Maybe we ready Legion. Let's go ahead and have Legion thwart 1 off of Abduction Protocols. He hits a mental, so that's going to be 2 off of this Abduction Protocols. And we have Game Time too. This is a good hand, actually. This is a really good hand. We have the Tail for Scout Ahead, Game Time, Sunfire. So yeah, I think we play Sunfire here. And then we pitch Richter to get rid of this, down to 20 health. Do we want to ready ourselves? I think we want to ready ourselves, actually, with the Utopia. And we can use Danger Room. No, both of our attack trainings are out, so there's no Danger Rooming, because our other attack training is up here somewhere. So now we just recover. Let's see, if we recover, Sunfire clears Abduction Protocols. Scout Ahead will clear the other one and this. And how do we clear that too? How do we clear that too? Good question. So we probably can't recover, but I really want to recover because we're going to get hit with the Zazzle for sure. Oh, Game Time on Legion. Yeah, I think we recover. 1, 2, 3, 4. Draw a card. Flip. Ooh, Port Away. Now we do Port Away with Bamf for ready. Port and Punch gets us back Scout Ahead. Or sorry, Port and Punch gets us back the Bamf for Scout Ahead. Is that better than Triage? So Port Away is getting us two threats. Triage is getting us 1 threat and 2 heal. I don't think we need the heal right now, so I think Port Away is better. We're going to go Port Away, Bamf, Flip, and ready. Discard Port and Punch to get Bamf back. Use the Tail for Scout Ahead. Right? Discarding Bamf. It's going to clear 3 up here, and then clear Abduction Protocols. That's going to get us a Captive Ally. Wolfsbane. Nice. Let's see, we can clear 2 here. We're just going to deal a Zazzle to us face down. Sunfire. Or no, let's Game Time Legion. He heals 1. Legion can thwart this. Discard the top card. It's energy, so that's 2 damage. Alright. I was really hoping for a mental there. Sunfire. Oh wait, Sunfire cleared it. Sorry, Legion did clear this, so we get another ally. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna have to discard somebody. So should we have activated something first? I guess we should have activated Sunfire up here, and then this Captive Ally to overwrite Sunfire. Okay, boom, boom. There's no schemes left. So I think it's safe for Boom Boom to attack up here and put a counter on. And then Wolfsbane to attack for 2. I'm fairly certain there's no schemes left in the deck. So this feels safe, just going for damage. Puts 1 up here. We're going to discard... Oh wait, the boom counters go for 2 more. Okay, they're the bomb counters. Bamf will make us the defender. This is a Zazzle. So he's attacking for 3, 6. Wow. We defended for 4, so we're going to take 2. He's going to take 1. And then 2 encounter cards. First is a Zazzle, 1, 2, 3. He takes 1 back. Second one is Brimstone Strike. Azazel is going to re-engage us because of the ruling on Find and Reveal. So he's going to attack us again. Do we have 10 damage if we defend this? Shark Girl for 4. Legion for 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we do. Yeah, so we can defend and save our health here. We can even go Gold Balls or Glob. We'll also have Wolfsbane take out Azazel. We can have Legion thwarts for 1, hits for 2. Shark Girl is going to swing for... Oh, we got to get a Bamf on. So Forge to grab a Bamf. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. So Shark Girl swinging for 4. And then Gold Balls can finish it, or Glob can finish it. Gold Balls is the star of this deck so often that I kind of want to give Glob his time to shine. So we're going to go this for Glob, Overwrite Wolfsbane, Ready Legion. You should have 3 on him, actually. Legion can port 1. Really clearing up the board here. Hits for 2. And you'll get Glob's Interplay for 2. So there you have it. That was a nice win. Kind of got dicey there, losing Jubilee early. Attack training. Oh, there was specialized training. That's why we never saw it. Because it was a card under Operation Zero Tolerance. Well, that was nice. We played around it pretty well. It's a pretty difficult scenario, especially if you can't flip. But yeah, Tempest to be able to secure the flip so that we could get rid of Warn the Others if it came out was really clutch there. So nice play on our part. Gonna pat myself on the back, you know, and hope you guys enjoyed it. All right, on to the next one. Or if not, it's the end of the video, and I hope you enjoyed the video. All right, we're gonna head into the justice aspect now, and I apologize if I'm either repeating anything that I've said already or will say in the future. I'm kind of just recording these in whatever order, and I'm not sure what order they'll go into the video yet. So I don't know which ones I've done and which ones I have yet to do in just about any segments of these. So we will have some repetition. But looking into Justice, immediately the hook is Prehensile Tail. Generates a wild resource for an event. Justice has a lot of really strong events. Seems like a no-brainer. The other hook here is Scout Ahead. He's a multi-instance thwart event. So you think, okay, you add Passion for Justice, you add Operative Skill, and you add multitasking, and you get like this multi-instance thwart deck. Unfortunately, I tried it a lot. I really tried to make it work. It's very hard to line up. So there's a couple of reasons why. One, we need to draw Scout Ahead or multitasking with Passion for Justice in hand. Nightcrawler does not have a lot of card draw to do this. You know, events combos are already notoriously difficult to put together in hand. So we either have to have Operative Skill in play, which is something he struggles to afford and is a very big tempo drop for him, or we have to get these specific cards in hand together. The other issue I was facing is that Scout Ahead is already removing an appropriate amount of thwart. 3 and 3. 3, you're hitting most side schemes 3 and below. All of the relevant player side schemes 3 and below. So Scout Ahead is already doing a lot. We don't really need to boost it for 4/4. Like for specialized training, does it matter if it has 2 remaining or 1 remaining? Not usually. So Scout Ahead is already quite strong as it is. We don't really need to boost it any farther. The other events that I was really trying to make work was Turn the Tide. So Nightcrawler has a lot of really, I think people have identified that he's lacking in damage, and I agree. Turn the Tide being one of the best damaging events in the game seems like it's no-brainer. However, Nightcrawler really struggles to clear thwart with Turn the Tide in hand. He's only got 2 thwarts on his hero side, so it's not really enough to clear a lot of side schemes. You can use it on the main, but you get blocked by Patrol, you get blocked by Crisis, and so you kind of rely on having to draw Turn the Tide with Scout Ahead in hand again, and just another inconsistent combo that leads to, if you don't hit it, it's another dead card in your deck on a lot of turns. So unfortunately, a lot of these cards that seem like they're good are really good in other heroes. Turn the Tide and multitasking have been like great for years now. They end up being very situational in Nightcrawler. I mean, he only has 2 copies of Scout Ahead, so it's a little bit hard to turn these on. Another event that can play around with is Upside the Head. It's, again, another really strong event. I don't think it's that strong in Nightcrawler. You get blocked by Guard, you get blocked by Stun, you get blocked by Exhaust. He doesn't have a lot of ways to ready himself, so adding cards that rely on a basic activation are very limiting for him. He doesn't have Piercing, so if the villain has Tough, you can't play Upside because Upside requires you to damage the villain. So it's, again, another card that ends up being dead a lot of times in his decks, unfortunately. So the only Justice event that I've really settled on using is Clear the Area. It's a 1 cost drop for Prehensile Tail, and it helps with his economy. You get that card draw. Now maybe you can spend that card, get a Bamf out of the discard. So Clear the Area helps him quite a bit, I think. In multiplayer, you might go with Even the Odds, but it's a little bit more expensive. It doesn't get you that card back. Clear the Area is my go-to for him. Moving on to upgrades, we have a couple here. So one of the main things that we noticed with Scout Ahead is that it's very strong as 1 for 3. It's even stronger as a 1 for 3 and 3, but it's very difficult to get multiple Bamfs in a turn. And if you use your Bamf on Scout Ahead, now you're not getting your villain phase defense, or maybe you have a villain and a minion you need to defend against, and this kind of thing. And so Overwatch is the card that I have identified here as essentially being copies 4, 5, and 6 of Bamf if you use it specifically with Scout Ahead. So you put Overwatch down, you use Scout Ahead to remove 3 threat, and then Overwatch triggers that again. Maybe if we get to it in the gameplay, you can get a really nice chain if you have a Bamf and an Overwatch and a Scout Ahead, and now you go 3-3-3. And you're clearing 9 threats for 4 resources, and one of those cards you tutor into your hand. One of those cards sits on the board waiting for you to use it. So it's not as difficult to line up as like Passion for Justice multitasking or Operative Skill with a Scout Ahead type thing. Skilled Investigator, economy. He needs it. It's just going to help us with our player side schemes and our villain side schemes to get us some economy. And then lastly, we have Chance Encounter here. That's going to get us Day Tripper to hand. We really like getting Day Tripper, getting an extra Bamf for not having to use our hero ability to get a Bamf onto the villain, but using our hero ability to kick Scout Ahead or to kick something else, like Port Away. So Chance Encounter gets us to Day Tripper, gets us to Professor X, it gets us to Marrow or Beak. Just really nice to try to spot control the board if our hand ends up with a bunch of Nightcrawler events that are all dead. Support-wise, we're not running any Justice supports. Nothing really synergizes with them. Side schemes, we have Generation X. This card gets stapled to every single Justice deck for the rest of time. Getting any single identity-specific event is really strong. Really strong. Especially if you're Nightcrawler and all of your events are either 1 copy or 2 copy, and you never seem to draw them at the right time. So Generation X helps you get that 1x Port Away at the right time. It helps you get that 1x Teleport drop at the right time. Being able to get a second Teleport drop really helps him with his damage output. He can clear this for a single basic activation, which is really nice. Yeah, Generation X. Don't leave home without it. In terms of allies, there aren't many that synergize with him. We mainly want to look at the X-Men. So what we've got going on here is Dazzler. She's a Confuse, 2/2 stat line, very flexible to help with his consistency. I did think about Husk. He gets a lot of energy. He does sometimes like resource sinks, but he also can just resource sink into a Bamf every turn. So the tempo drop for Husk, I think, is not as good here. Blindfold, I think, is pretty good, but in a lot of our decks, we are running Stepford Cuckoos. So Cuckoos, I think, is a little bit better than Blindfold in terms of setting up a flip down, especially with our Confuse. And then lastly, I'm just running Bishop because I want him to be good somewhere. The benefit here with Nightcrawler is he doesn't flip so much that he turns off Bishop's ability, and he doesn't stun a lot, and he doesn't chump block a lot. All these things that Bishop, things would turn off Bishop. Occasionally, you can't just sit around waiting for him to get up to 6 attack, and you got to use his last health for 2 thwart. But I think he's at least playable in this deck. In terms of basic cards, we'll start off with the allies. The main ones we're using here are Marrow and Beak. We want to get damage from Marrow, we want to get Thwart from Beak. Using Chance Encounter to get either one is very strong. It just helps get some extra consistency into his deck. We don't really need Triage because we do have some Alter Ego access we can recover with Chapel. We do have Legion here. I think milling the deck is very strong for Nightcrawler. You can tutor your discard with Chance Encounter or Generation X, Build Sport, Superpower Training, Bamfs, etc. So don't need to worry about losing out on a strong card. Not that he has that many of those. And his extra ability to deal some extra damage can help with our output. Professor X gets us a Confuse and a Flip, and he's just solid all around. Extra chump if we don't have a Bamf that turn. 3 thwart helps us solve a lot of problems. So Professor X, he is a mainstay. One ally that I did want to talk about was Hope Summers, and I thought she was going to be good in Nightcrawler. But after having played her, it's really hard for him to play Hope, the superpower she draws, and then also have a resource to spend to get a Bamf into hand to kick that event with. Sorry, not the resource she draws, the event she draws. So like, she gets you a port and punch or something like that. You also need to have a Bamf and then enough money left to play that port and punch. So I end up just cutting her across the board. She used to be in all of my Nightcrawler decks, but not anymore. In terms of upgrades, I think the only upgrade we want to run is Honorary X-Men. We want to be able to play Stepford Cuckoos and Marrow and benefit from X-Jet in Alter Ego. The extra health gives us a little bit of extra recovery room with Kurt's Chapel. A lot of times he just recovers for 1 or 2 with that, but the extra hit point, now we can get up to like 2, 3, 4. Especially if we're like really using Weapon X here to deal ourselves some damage and to get into recovery range. But yeah, Honorary X-Men is the only upgrade we're really using. Endurance is one to consider. I think extra hit points works for him a lot. I do not like X-Gene or Deft Focus with him. Prehensile Tail pays for all of his events, pretty much. You don't need to double up. You don't need to play multiple of his events in a turn. I'm almost never playing multiple Nightcrawler events in a turn because you only have so many Bamfs that you need. So moving on to the supports, X-Jet gets us a Bamf, helps us with allies, just in general very flexible. Stepford Cuckoos, I love this card with Nightcrawler just because it helps us dodge advances, pulls assault, and he loves getting assault rather than any other treachery really. Helps us dodge shadows. I think his shadows is really nasty. And then Weapon X, we want this to try to get our port away into a net positive. So if we do Port Away and we spend 2 cards, the Port Away and the Bamf, we get a Bamf out of the deck, we get a Weapon X trigger, and we get a Chapel trigger. Now that feels really bad if you have no Bamfs left in your deck, or if you only have Chapel, and especially if you have max health and you can't use Chapel. So Weapon X comes in, it gets us another card, and it gets us some damage on us so that we can recover for Chapel. So multi-use card there, and really good for Nightcrawler in particular. The resources, basic doubles, that's it. Side schemes, we're running all of them. Build Sport gets us a Cuckoo's refill, it gets us X-Jet, Weapon X without having to flip to Alter Ego. Superpower Training gets us the Cutlasses, but usually it's just another way to get an extra Bamf that turn. I really like being able to get multi-Bamf turns because I think that's when he feels the best, than when he's kind of like stuck at 1 Bamf a turn. And then Specialized Training, just because we always want to grab Defense Specialist. Bamf triggers this, so every time we use a Bamf that turn, we're going to get to draw 1 card. Let's see, did we go over events? There aren't really any events for him in Basic. None of them really synergize with Justice. So yeah, this is the deck. I think we're going to run it against Ebony Maw. Is I think a good little matchup for him. Fireball, kind of scary, gets around his Bamf economy. And yeah, we're going to discard for the main scheme. There's Rebel Storm. And now we're going to discard for Ebony. Both Channeling Trance is gone. Oops, Fireball. Okay. Well, that's not good because that's like the one we don't want to see. Rebel Storm is also dealing us 2, so that's going to be a 6 damage in a 1 to 2 turn radius. Let's see, 1 threat on the main. Okay. So Port and Punch and Generation X, I think it's too early for those. I don't think we need to hold this Bamf because we can just get another one out of the deck. Probably don't need Marrow. Build Support, maybe? Okay, Dazzler. We can go Teleport Drop, Chance Encounter, Energy for Dazzler. She can go ahead and Confuse. We're going to be able to stay down an extra turn. Beak for Build Support. And if we get Skilled Investigator next turn, tee that up. And then we want to get a Bamf out of the deck, I think, and put it onto him. So that was an alright turn 1. Let's have a better turn 2. Let's see, get rid of his confused. Oh no, we just deleted the encounter deck. Let's rewind. I meant to delete his confused status card, not the encounter deck. And we were going to put a Bamf on him. Alright, we draw 6. There's 1. Confused goes away. He schemes, or encounter card for just the black order. That's fine. Clear the area, Overwatch, Legion, Superpower Training. Prehensile Tail, Chance Encounter. I feel like Superpower Training, Clear the Area, Overwatch are all good. Build Support gets us X-Jet, which we're going to want. Alright, let's grab a Bamf. Alright, flip. And spend Bamf for Prehensile Tail. Prehensile Tail will play Clear the Area on this. It's going to draw a card. The Cutlasses, okay. We're going to use Nightcrawler to clear Build Support. Grab X-Jet. Cuckoos are another good option there. X-Jet, Cutlasses, Chance Encounter for Legion. Overwatch for Superpower Training. 1, 2, 3. Legion will thwart this for 1, discard the top card. It's an energy, so it's going to be 2 damage. This goes down to 1. And then Dazzler can thwart it for 2. And let's get the Cutlasses back. That was a nice build turn on. Oh, I shuffled our deck. That was from our discard pile. Whoops, only 5 cards. Let's see, 1 threat on the main. Rebel Storm goes down to 2. Fireball goes down to 3. We can tally-ho here. Let's tally-ho. Deal him 3. Get a Bamf back. And he is attacking for 2 and 0. He's going to take Retaliate 1. Encounter card is this one. Either take 2 damage or place 2 threats. We do have the Chapel coming up still, but we've got a lot of damage coming here. No Professor X. I think we put the 2 threat on and hope Legion hits a mental. Scout Ahead can also clear it, I guess. We have a Bamf, so we can do here 2. Alright. And then X-Jet will play Scout Ahead, discarding a Bamf. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. And then chain that up here. 1, 2, 3. Can't play Cuckoos. We're going to Overwatch onto the main. Overwatch to get Bamf back. Put that up here onto Ebony Maw. Can attack him for 2. Legion can attack for 1. Discard the top card. It's a mental. Womp. Probably should have started with him. Let's see. Hold Cuckoos. Ooh, we lost Professor. So yeah, I think we hold Cuckoos because that's going to be how we access our alter ego. And we have the Chapel, so that's nice because we might take a lot of damage here. Do we tally-ho? I think yes. Tally-ho. Get this back to hand. It's going to deal him 3. He's attacking for 2, 3, 4. We defended for 4. He takes 1 back. And Rebel Storm and Fireball are also down by 1 each. Oops, this should be 2, and this should be 1. And the encounter card is Rebel Storm, Surge. That's really not good. Abjuration, that's okay. Well, I think we Strength, Scout Ahead for the Cuckoos. Maybe we can stay up 1 more turn. We can do this, get rid of Abjuration. Probably need to stave Legion as a chump, potentially. Or to clear threat next turn. Yeah. Oh, you know what? He's not going to survive Rebel Storm, so we should activate him now. Pitch 1, energy, deals 2 damage. Okay. Okay, 1 threat on. He's attacking. That's going to take this down to 1, take this down to 2, and then Rebel Storm is going to deal 2 damage to us. Woof. He attacks for 2. We're going to Bamf that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We take nothing. He takes 1, and counter card is Advance. He needs a triple boost to pop. I think we let it go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. X-Jet, 4 specialized. So we're still safe from Fireball and Rebel Storm, but I don't feel comfortable about it. Then we can go Chance and Weapon X for Day Tripper. Get a Bamf. I don't think I want to stay up because I don't really want to ping him. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Prehensile Tail, clear the area for 1. Draw a card. Flip. Ditch this. Alright, we decked out. 1 coming on, he schemes, but first, Fireball is going to hit us for 4. Probably should have recovered first. But even if Rebel Storm goes off, we're okay. So he schemes for everything. Overwatch gets discarded. We're going to get another spell. Manipulation. 2 counters. 2 encounter cards. Getting up, we'll surge into Outrider, discard 1 random card from our hand. And then Blood Despair. Each minion activates. So Outrider schemes for 1. Okay. That is clear the area. Viable. We're going to recover for 4. Draw a card. Teleport drop. Whoa. I do like Honorary Scout Ahead. We can grab a Bamf out of our deck. I guess we don't need to kick Scout Ahead. So we can teleport drop maybe. Let's go up. How do we ping this 1 so we can drop him? We definitely want to play skilled. Maybe we don't specialize. We clear the area first. Draw 1. Day Tripper for 2. X-Jet, we'll play Scout Ahead. Clear Specialized, gets us our Defense Specialist, draws a card from Skilled. Let's fix the camera here. Alright, Port and Punch can clear him. Port and Punch and Teleport Drop. We go Bishop and Overwatch for Port and Punch. It's going to deal 3, it's going to advance him. So 23. We're going to get another spell. Oh, Fireball. Oh my. Well, we need to get Professor X and Dazzler back. Point Punch is going to deal another 3. And then Teleport Drop instead of Bamf and Honorary for 8 and a stun. That seems okay. Keeps us a little bit safe. 1 there. Stun. We take 1 from Outrider, he takes 1 back. 1 encounter card. Oh my god. So we're in rush mode. Important Punch can help us. Let's go X-Jet, get a Bamf. Put a Bamf out. Prehensile Tail and Beak for Important Punch. It's going to deal 6. Oh, we left some damage on the table. We're going to flip, recover, draw a card. Chance, Strength, Professor X, Confuse, Remove Threat, and we're okay with Stepford here. 1 on the man. He's confused. This guy schemes for 1, and we get 2 encounter cards. Shadow of the Past. Quick Strike will whiff. Oh, you know what? We could. Do we want to Cuckoo's that? No, I think we gotta save Cuckoo's for advance. Because we don't want to Cuckoo's, get an advance off of Cuckoo's, and then this card is also advance. That would be awkward. Caught off guard. I think it's the last turn, so now Cuckoo's goes. We just need to deal 6 damage. And we have plenty of ways to do it. Generation X into Teleport Drop is probably the most stylish. Yep. We can get down more build. Now let's see, we should probably grab the Bamf out of our deck first. And then Weapon X. And then we recover. And draw 1. Flip up. Or no, we use Bamf to port away, so we're ready. Play out Generation X. Whereas doing this super complicated. 1, 2, 3, Generation X goes. We're going to get Teleport drop back. We're going to spend X-Jet to get a Bamf out of our discard. And then we can do Prehensile Tail and Tally Ho for Teleport drop. That's going to 0 him out. And we can even do Marrow to clear Azazel. Alright, well, we were looking kind of scary with all the fireballs, but managed to eke it out. So that's how this is what I'm settling into for Nightcrawler Justice. Overwatch with Scout Ahead, clear the areas, Dazzler, Generation X, very standard, nothing super noteworthy. I think Overwatch is the main thing here. Weapon X, step for Cuckoos. I think this is the way to play Nightcrawler in Justice. Alright, I don't know what aspect is next, which ones I have yet to do, and I'll see you in whatever aspect that is. Hope you have a great day. Alright, let's start into the leadership portion of this video. We're going to walk through Nightcrawler and see what hooks he has in leadership, and then I'm going to go through a deck that I've kind of been settling into. So with leadership, we should always start with the allies. Now, Nightcrawler, being an X-Men, gets access to a lot of X-Men allies. However, I'm not sure if really there are many leadership allies that are that synergistic with him. His economy is not really well attuned to playing allies. So if we look at let's pull out our X-Men options here. We got Pixie, Mirage, Gentle, Beast. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Who am I missing? Havoc. There we go. So these are our leadership X-Men options. So first of all, Nightcrawler's cost curve is fairly low, and if he plays Beast and gets a double, he's almost always going to have to sink that double into getting a Bamf. So Beast doesn't have a ton of synergy in terms of like, let's play Beast, trigger something, get a double, play something else type thing that you'll find in a lot of decks that run Beast. He doesn't have any signature resources to grab with Beast, so nothing like that. Mirage, you have to jump through a lot of hoops to get this done against most villains. And it doesn't really synergize too well with Bamf. Nightcrawler doesn't usually have much of an issue in terms of like defending for the villain, even if he gets attacked multiple times, that kind of thing. So some of the allies we might consider are Havoc and Gentle. They're just able to get big attack, and it's something that Nightcrawler is lacking in a lot of respects, a lot of damage, minion control. Except that, again, these are both on the more expensive side, more difficult for him to get down. No immediate benefit other than their stats, so they're not solving any side schemes if you get them into play, and he really needs some flexible allies. Pixie, she's probably one of the better leadership X-Men, but she can't target Day Tripper, who is not an X-Men, and that's the ally that we're going to want to grab most often in leadership with Nightcrawler. So Pixie isn't going to have a lot of targets, and I'll explain a little bit more once we get further into the deck I've settled on. So unfortunately, the leadership X-Men aren't doing a lot for Nightcrawler, and looking ahead to Magneto's pack, I don't think Cyclops or Phoenix allies do either. Phoenix can only ready and heal an X-Men ally, so there aren't that many targets that Nightcrawler wants to keep out and play Phoenix for. Cyclops increases damage that you deal to a character from all attacks by 1, but Nightcrawler is not making a lot of attacks every round. Maybe if you can line up Cyclops on the same turn as a Portent Punch, that you can also grab a Bamf, but that's a lot of economy, and you have to draw those cards in that hand together, so it's a little bit difficult to line up. So I'm not seeing too much for Magneto's pack that works for him. I think the new recruits side scheme is going to be great. Easy to clear, cheap allies. They have big impact, 3 thwart, 3 attack. Those things really help smooth out Nightcrawler for the couple of turns that they stay in play. But here we're not seeing a lot of like synergistic trait allies for him. He could run some kind of Mutant Mayhem deck, but again, a lot of the best targets here in leadership are very expensive. Cable X23, Domino, all very expensive for him. Mutant Mayhem you can discount with his tail, so that's something to consider, but there isn't a lot here that synergizes with Bamf specifically, unfortunately. So yeah, looking through these allies, there isn't really much. You could run some kind of like low cost strength numbers deck, but every hero can play that. So let's move on to the events and see what we have that we can build around. So if we pull out his signature ally, Day Tripper, she does have an enters play effect. After she enters play, you get a Bamf for free on any enemy, and then you deal 1 damage to each enemy with a copy of Bamf attached. So pings toughs, softens them up for some kind of villain phase removal, softens them up for Portent Punch clear, this kind of thing. And she's got an amazing stat line, 2222. Very cheap to play, very flexible. It's exactly what he wants. Really, he just wants to be grabbing Day Tripper, get that extra Bamf every turn. Every turn that he can get in multiple Bamfs is a turn that he's going to increase his output significantly. So looking here, the ways that we will be getting Day Tripper most often are going to be make the call, very good, enters play, not play from hand, and this is another reason why we're not really going for Pixie, because Pixie is play from hand, so make the call won't work on her. And then we can also grab her with Suit Up, and I think Suit Up is the key card to Nightcrawler leadership, at least trying for something synergistic, because his prehensile tail you can generate that resource for any event, not just attack, thwart, defense events, any single event. And it's not form locked to hero. You can trigger this in alter ego. So that means Suit Up is now going to be resource neutral. Usually you're losing out on a resource when you play Suit Up, but Prehensile Tail makes Suit Up resource neutral. So I'm really liking Suit Up and Make the Call as ways to get Day Tripper. These are the events that are going to add consistency, and that's what we need with Nightcrawler is consistency. Make the Call, toolboxing our discard, Suit Up, toolboxing our discard or our deck. These are ways that we can solve problems without having to rely on drawing into the right Nightcrawler events or hope that we have multiple BAMPs and things like that. Okay, we want to run Mission Leader, card draw. Whoops. Pull that back out again. We want to run Mission Leader. It's going to increase our card draw considerably. I really like this card here. Goes in just about every single leadership deck. And we're going to run Clarity of Purpose. This is great with Nightcrawler. He doesn't take a lot of damage because he's defending. So this is another way that we can get some cheap resources out on the board. I really like that it guarantees him damage so he can use his Chapel. If you can't recover, you can't use your Chapel, which means you're leaving a card on the table. So being able to Clarity of Purpose on the way down and maybe Weapon X on the way back up means that he'll be able to exhaust twice for Chapel and get those extra cards to help smooth out his curve. Clarity of Purpose is also an upgrade that can be grabbed with Suit Up. Additionally, we have one single copy of Danger Room Training. And we'll explain this once we get to some more of the basic allies, but Danger Room Training helps allies stay on the board, helps give them extra stats, and again, it's searchable with Suit Up. None of the rest of the cards here are doing so much for Nightcrawler. I think Rapid Response is one to consider, specifically for Day Tripper, but then she comes back in with only 1 health. So you kind of want to line up Rapid Response with a Make the Call, but if she just pops in and out, it's not the worst. I just usually like to get 2 activations out of her to help smooth out 2 turns in a row instead of just a single turn. Going off of that, one way that we can get a couple activations out of her is through MedLab. So she comes into play, she gets a BAMF. Next turn, she leaves play through consequential damage, gets tucked under MedLab, and then the turn after, you get her back from MedLab, and she gets another BAMF for you. We're going to combine this with a single copy of Command Team, so that we can ready her when she comes out of MedLab. So MedLab here is one way to store Day Tripper, who's only got 2 health. Kind of similar to Rapid Response, except we're going to get double activations at the cost of being just slightly slower in terms of getting that double activation. But spreading her value out over 3 turns, I think, is fairly good. And then we don't have to, we only have to pay for her every other turn, or every 3rd turn. Every other if we have Command Team out. In terms of other cards here, Uncanny X-Men is always one to consider. It's just very hard for him to get down. The extra health on allies is useful because they can stick around longer to help smooth out his board state. And the discount, of course. Very strong card. I think you can't go wrong with this in any X-Men hero. It just doesn't have a ton of synergy, especially when our signature ally is not an X-Men herself. So she's going to be breaking up that ally discount quite a bit. Okay, resources. There isn't a lot to say here. We're going to be spamming a lot of Enters play effects, so we don't necessarily want to keep too many of our allies out. Suit Up, it works with Power of Leadership, but we have Prehensile Tail for Suit Up, so we don't necessarily need Power Ofs. In terms of side schemes, Call for Backup, yet another way that we just grab Day Tripper. So we want to be able to grab Day Tripper as often as possible, or any other ally. Just one way, easy to clear with Scout Ahead. And this is the Leadership Suite. I think Suit Up is the secret sauce with Prehensile Tail here. Going into basic cards, again, we're going to start with allies. We're running this one copy of Danger Room Training. We don't have any targets, so we're going to look for targets for that. So one of the main ones that I really like for him is Legion. And Legion we've talked about before, but milling the deck with Nightcrawler is not a bad thing because he can always get Bamps out of the discard with 3 times Make the Call, 3 times Suit Up. He can get allies out of the discard. Milling is not a problem. He has a lot of energy in his kit, so that means Legion is dealing a lot of damage. He's a prime target for Danger Room training. He just works really, really well for us. In terms of other allies, Beak, Energy, helps us thwart a little bit, just a little cheap thwart. We're going to have Professor X. This is how we're going to access Alter Ego. We're going to grab him with Suit Up, and then grab either Danger Room Training or Clarity of Purpose or something like Honorary X-Men. Just another way to really access Nightcrawler's economy, which I think is important in order to access Chapel. So Nightcrawler, one of his biggest weaknesses is he usually cannot get to Alter Ego, at least not very easily. And Professor X with Suit Up solves that problem, gets you Weapon X, it gets you Chapel, and it's just a nice little way to get those flips. Other allies, we're going to be grabbing Marrow, because we're not strictly sticking to X-Men, and Marrow, wherever he is going to deal damage on Enters Play. So he works really nicely with Make the Call. And if we get an Honorary X-Men on ourselves, he works really nicely with Suit Up as well. He's just a nice way to spot treat the board, him and Beak, back to back. And then lastly, we are running Forge, and this is just specifically to try to make X-Jet easier to play. X-Jet really helps out our economy. If we get Honorary down, X-Jet and Tail play Suit Up, and then we get the ally and the upgrade. It's just hard for us to hard play it. So being able to tutor it out with Forge helps a lot. Other allies we might consider are Triage, but because of our Alter Ego access, we're going to be healing out a lot with Chapel, and the only ally that we would really want to heal with Triage is Legion, who might also just heal himself occasionally. In terms of upgrades, the only upgrade here that we're really interested in is Honorary X-Men. The extra health is really nice for Nightcrawler just to cushion in case he gets a second attack. It turns on the X-Men trait in Alter Ego, so it opens up Marrow, it opens up X-Jet, and it gives him extra health to recover to. He gets that extra recovery with his Chapel, and oftentimes, every time you flip, you want to recover twice. You want to recover on the way down, draw a card, and recover on the way up, draw a card. But a lot of times, he'll be recovering for like 1 or 2. So here, it lets him take a little bit more punishment, the extra health, and it lets him recover just a little bit more. So I like that Honorary X-Men here, just as a single copy. And if we don't get it down on Nightcrawler, it can always give Legion 1 extra hit point as well. Moving on to supports. The main support we want to grab is X-Jet. It just helps. Getting a wild resource generator every single turn, we can spend it to get a Bamf, we can get an ally, get a event, anything that we might need, X-Jet can pay for. We're not running heavy into the X-Men. We have Marrow, we have Day Tripper, so Utopia and Team Building Exercise are not as great. I think Moira, I think we talked about this, is a little bit of a trap with Nightcrawler. Even in this deck where you can Suit Up into Professor X, he's still not flipping often enough to make Moira important. No Mutant Educations here, but I do like Stepford Cuckoos. This is one way to try to get rid of some bad encounter cards. So some encounter cards that he likes are Assault. He's really good at dealing with attacks. He can easily Bamf the villain's first attack and then basic defend and Assault and let his allies clear up the board. So Stepford Cuckoos can turn an Advance into an Assault, can turn Shadow of the Past into an Assault. I think it's really good for him to dodge his Shadows. His Shadows is kind of brutal. And if we get Honorary X-Men down, we can even play this in Alter Ego. And then the last one that we're looking at here is Weapon X. Weapon X, mill through our deck as quickly as possible, get all of the good cards back in there, get some Alter Ego economy, and get some damage to turn on the Chapel. I think it's very multi-purpose for us. Resources, just the basic doubles. There isn't much else. I don't think we really want to cut them because we do run a lot of allies and we are running a suit up. So basic doubles are going to basic double. Side schemes, we are going to be running all of them. Superpower training, it's very nice. Not even just to get his cutlasses, but in turns where you are missing out on a Bamf, or you want to use Port and Punch or Teleport Drop that require Bamfs on enemies in play, Superpower Training can get that Bamf from anywhere, and then you might get a second Bamf from your hero ability. Turns with 2 Bamfs are the best turns. Build Sport helps us get X-Jet, helps us get Weapon X, helps us get Stepford Cuckoos. We can use Stepford Cuckoos 3 times, get it back with Build Sport. And then lastly, we have Specialized Training. And this is really important because Defense Specialists, we can trigger that off of Bamf. That's our main one that we go for, always. And I think that's everything. This is where I've landed for Nightcrawler leadership. I think it's the most synergistic for him with Suit Up working off of Prehensile Tail, getting access to some Alter Ego with Professor X to let him use his chapel, let him use Weapon X. The allies can help clear side schemes, Medlab can store Day Tripper, and we get some synergistic economy as well. Let's go ahead and shuffle this up. I don't mind running above 40 with Nightcrawler because a lot of times I don't want to see a hand full of his own cards, unlike most heroes. And let's see who we should play against. Let's do Dark Beasts with the Dark Moon mod. I think Dark Beast can be fairly challenging for Nightcrawler. I mean, a lot of scenarios are fairly challenging for Nightcrawler, but Dark Beast always advancing his board state, either by putting 1 threat on the main, if he's in Genosha, or the Retaliate is really punishing if he's in Savage Land, or just the 1 extra damage every single time he attacks. Is really not nice for Blue Moon. He's got some chunky minions in that Blue Moon mod set, and yeah, we're gonna see how we can handle it. All right, Crisis of Faith is in the deck. Okay, 6 cards. Well, we got Cutlasses and Tail, Legion, X-Jet. I mean, this is all good. We can do X-Jet and Cutlasses, and then put a Bamf on Beasts, but then we miss out on the Tail. And I feel like the Tail is good to get Suit Up going. It might be better than Cutlasses here. So if we do X-Jet with Make the Call and Strength, and then X-Jet plays the Tail, Bamf and Legion play Cutlasses, and then we're looking pretty built. So we just give up a Bamf. But I kind of like that. We do have to flip up. But we're going to be super built out. He does start, let's shuffle this up. He does start with an extra encounter card turn 1, because he's mean like that. Let's go ahead and Strength, Make the Call, X-Jet, X-Jet for Tail, and then Bamf Legion for Cutlasses. And then I think we're just going to Thwart for 1 here. Alright, and hopefully we get some allies. Day Tripper is exactly what we want to see. Okay, 1 threat on, Dark Beast is attacking, that's going to deal us 1. And then let's basic defend here. So we're going to defend, he's attacking for 2. And 3, so we take no damage, he takes 1 back from Retaliate. And then we get 2 encounter cards. First one, he gets +1 attack. Okay. Second one is Earthquake. Exhaust. If we're already exhausted, resolve the specials. It's going to deal us 1 damage. Okay, so Earthquake. Earthquake's kind of annoying here. We are going to get 2 Bamfs. And we're going to get one of the player side schemes. So it's just a matter of which one. Build Support, Call for Backup. I think we need Call for Backup first. Just start working that down. Set up for a future scout ahead turn. And then let's see, Day Tripper with Make the Call and Build Support is going to grab the Bamf out of our discard. I want to leave the other one in the deck so that we get a future double Bamf turn. And that's going to deal 1. I guess we could have put this Bamf out first too. So it's going to deal 1 to both of these enemies. And then she will attack Earthquake. Set him up to be killed by Retaliate in the villain phase. Okay, 5 cards. It's looking good. We got Mission Leader, we got Med Lab, perfect for Day Tripper. Okay, so 1 threat on. Dark Beast is attacking. It's going to ping us 1 from blue area of the moon. We're going to trigger Bamf to declare ourselves the defender without exhausting. He attacks for 3, 4, 5. We're only defending for 4, so we do take 1, and then he takes 1. And we're going to trigger Bamf on Earthquake, and he will die to the Retaliate. And then only 1 encounter card. It is unfortunately a Crisis. Alright. Well, Mission Leader and Forge, draw a card, and put Day Tripper under Med Lab. We can clear call for backup for Professor X. That seems the best. Okay. Let's go ahead and get down Mission Leader. Forge will play Med Lab. Day Tripper will take 2 off of Call for Backup, and she will get tucked underneath Med Lab over here. Nightcrawler will clear Call for Backup. We'll get Professor X. Professor X will go ahead and clear the Crisis. That's going to confuse Nightcrawler. Oh yes, and our Enters Play is going to confuse Dark Beast. We can use, let's see, let's put Honorary on ourselves. Get 1 health back. Oh, Mission Leader should have also drawn us a card. Okay, Marrow. So we could have played Marrow instead of Honorary X-Men, but I want Honorary for the long-term value here. We can use X-Jet to get a Bamf out of our discard and load that onto Dark Beasts. And I would love to flip down and get the Chapel and get Day Tripper back. So let's go ahead and flip down. We're not going to get the last Bamf out of our deck. We're going to pitch Marrow. We can always get him back with Make the Call. And let's see what happens here. Chapel, Chapel, Chapel. Nope. But we do get Teleport Drop, and another Bamf in our deck is going to stun him here. We can always suit up for Professor X and Clarity. So 1 threat on. He's confused. And the encounter card is Caught Off Guard. Okay. It's probably Honorary. Yeah. So we go down 1 health. It's fine. We lose Professor X. It means we can't do X-Jet and Alter Ego. Now, Day Tripper isn't doing so much right now because the only enemy in play already has a Bamf. So I think we can just sit on her. And we do Suit Up. Let's go Tail and Suit Up for a Suit Up. Grab Professor X. And let's get Honorary back. We can't play an Alter Ego. We can get a Bamf. Okay. We're going to recover for 3. That's got to happen. Flip. And then X-Jet. Port and Punch. And Scout ahead for Professor X. Get another Confuse. He'll clear 3. And then we can do Teleport Drop using Honorary X-Men and Make the Call. Discard that Bamf. Deal 8, get him down to 7. And that's going to get a stun. And then we can put another Bamf on him. So we're just super super covered. We're getting pretty built. We can always get that honorary X-Men back with Suit Up at some point in the future. 1 threat on, he's stunned. And the encounter card says advance. Loses the Confuse. We lose Professor X. Okay, Port Away can get us Day Tripper, but we already have a BAMF. We can throw out Weapon X. Maybe we just put Command Team. Clear our Confuse. Or do we clear one of these? Might be worth clearing the +1 attack, honestly. X-Jet for a BAMF. BAMF to Port Away. Yeah, okay. I like this line. X-Jet for BAMF. Let's go ahead and exhaust our hero and deal ourselves 1 damage to get rid of this. And then BAMF and Port Away will ready us and flip to Alter Ego. And I think we've seen all of our BAMFs now, right? There's none left in the deck. I don't think so. We can Port and Punch for Weapon X, hope to get into Chapel. Seems like a good idea. Let's Weapon X. Nope, we get Scout Ahead. Well, that's okay. We could get rid of the goggles, or we recover, or we get rid of our Confuse. Well, Scout Ahead with Prehensile Tail clears the Confuse, so that's actually... Let's just go ahead and play Command Team. And recover. 1, 2, 3. Flip. Prehensile Tail for Scout Ahead. We'll clear our Confuse. I think we're in a good spot. There's the Chapel. Turn too late. Okay, 1 threat on. He's dealing us a damage. We're going to use BAMF to declare ourselves the defender. And we're stunned. But he will take 1 back from Retaliate. And then the encounter card is Hunted. Okay, so we need to get to Alter Ego. Probably with Stepford Cuckoos. Yeah. We want to save 2 for Day Tripper. So I think X-Jet, Specialized, and Tally-Ho for the Cuckoos. And then, do we have signature cards left in the deck for Weapon X to hit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let me just make sure. I think it's a Port and Punch, right? No? Is it the other Tally-Ho? It's a Tally-Ho. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind hitting that. So what we're going to do then... We're not going to be able to play Chapel, maybe? No, we can play Chapel. We're going to do Clarity, Kirch Chapel, flip to Alter Ego. First we do Weapon X, because we don't want to draw with Chapel and then not have a target left for Weapon X. Okay, that gets us Tally-Ho. And then we're going to recover. Want to trigger Chapel, draw a card. Whoops, Defense Specialist shouldn't be in there. Alright, we're going to pitch these 2 for Day Tripper. She comes into play exhausted. She attaches a BAMF from our discard onto Dark Beast. It's going to deal him a damage. We can use Command Team to ready her and clear them in. And Cuckoos will hopefully save us from advance. Oh, we're 1 card short for Hunted. So we're going to get 3 encounter cards this turn. How many advances have we seen? Oh boy. We've seen 1. So maybe... Was there another way we could have paid for things? And if we don't play Chapel, Let's net 1 resource back. Yeah, that's probably what we had to do. So, I don't remember what Chapel drew us. It drew us Beak. So if we didn't play Chapel, I think we played it with Clarity. Then we'd add 2 for Day Tripper. And we're still left with 0? Oh no, because Weapon X got us Tally-Ho. Okay, so Tally-Ho and Clarity would play Day Tripper, and then Chapel gets rid of this blue area, or sorry, this Hunted. Just minimize our chances of losing to advance. Unfortunately, we don't get the Chapel, but at least we're an alter ego, we can Weapon X into it. 1 threat, he schemes for 3. We're stunned. 1, 2, 3. If we're already stunned, so we take 2 damage. That's okay. Oh, that should have been our encounter card, actually. And this would have been his boost card, which is 2. And then these are our 2 encounter cards. Stun, take 2 damage. We did that already. And the second one is Crisis of Faith. We can discard every attack and defense event from our hand. We don't have any, so we're going to have to exhaust. I usually like to try to keep those in the encounter deck if we can. Usually it's not always possible. Day Tripper will take 2 off the main, go back underneath Medlab. Let's go ahead and Weapon X. Okay. Make the call with nothing. And I guess we could have made the call with Day Tripper instead of Medlabbing her, but he's already got a Bamf out. So I think we just flip up. Honor ourselves, +1 health. Alright. Genius for Beak. Clears 1 threat. Beak clears another threat. Oops, this should be down to 2. There we go. And we can do X-Jet to get out superpower training. Yet another way we can try to get Bamfs when we need it. I guess we could just play Danger Room training onto Beak, so we could have thwarted for 1 more. We could even command Team Beak, so he can take 2 off of superpower training. And should we hold the Tally-Ho? I feel like yes. Alright, 1 threat. He's going to attack us. That's going to ping us a damage. Prehensile Tail for Tally-Ho is going to return Bamf to hand. Deal him 3. He attacks us for 2, 3, 4. We blocked it all. He takes 1 back with Retaliate. And the encounter card is, we're going to discard for a minion. Alright, this is where things get spicy. Because now this minion has 7 health, guard. Let's see. Reveal that minion. So War Star is revealed. It's going to discard the top card of the deck. It is not an Imperial Guard minion. Alright, we are stunned. We do have Port Away. We can clear our stun. Port Away into Day Tripper. Yep, let's do that. Port Away. We'll discard Bamf. Flip. Ready. We probably have a Bamf in the deck even, if we want to get an extra Bamf turn. We can do Forge and make the call to pay for Day Tripper. She comes into play exhausted. She'll attach this Bamf to War Star. I guess I could attach the Vamp in my hands to Dark Beast, so that will deal 1 damage to each of them. 1 damage here, 1 damage up there. That's going to pop him to the next stage. 22 health. And we're going to get another one. Let's see, Genosha is the most difficult, so let's grab that. So now he's getting threats instead of dealing us damage. And we get an extra encounter card this phase, or this round. Let's go ahead and get that other Bamf out of our deck. So I want to try to go for our Chapel with Weapon X. Weapon X, here. Important Punch. Oops. That's okay. We do have Bamf and X-Jet to deal a lot of damage here. We can Command Team Day Tripper. Let's recover for 3. Flip up. X-Jet and Bamf for Important Punch. So we're going to deal 3 to Warstar. Deal 3 more to him. That's going to kill him. And then also deal 3 to Dark Beast. Alright. We might slowly be winning here. Day Tripper clearing the main. And we'll sit on Superpower with Mission Leader. A lot of Bamps in the discard right now, so we want to be able to get them back. 1 threat on. He's attacking us. It's going to put another threat on. Do we trigger this Bamf? I think we do. Yeah, we're going to discard Bamf, declare ourselves the defender. He's attacking for 1, 2, 3. So we blocked it all. He takes 1 back. And we have 2 encounter cards. First one, Genoshan Mech. Okay. 5 health and tough. Not what we want to see. Magistrate. Patrol. So we got Guard and Patrol here, which are both not great for us. How can we kill them? I think we just Bamf the mech and keep him around. Let's go ahead and Day Tripper to put 2 on Magistrate. Put her back underneath Medlab. I think Prehensile Tail for Scout Ahead to clear Superpower Training. Get a Bamf onto the mech. Draw a card with Mission Leader. Oh, Teleport Drop. Well, that's interesting. That's really interesting, all of a sudden. Let's X-Jet to get a second Bamf. Oh, but the mech is Guard. So we're not going to be able to Teleport Drop. Unless we Teleport Drop the mech. Which honestly doesn't sound that bad. Let's put a Bamf up here. We can use Nightcrawler to ping this tough. Suit up for Clarity. Clarity to deal damage, and Professor X for Teleport Drop. Discarding this Bamf, taking out this mech. Good, good, good. We can have Beak clear the main. Let's just sit on Beak. We don't need to do anything with him just yet. Magistrate will die to retaliate. Draw 4. Okay, Tally-Ho. Seems good. 1 threat on, another one from the Genosha ability. Prehensile Tail will play Tally-Ho. Deal 3 damage to Dark Beast. That's going to return Bamf to hand. He's attacking us for 2, 3, 4. We take no damage. He takes 1 back. The Magistrate, I think we just let us hit for 2, and then he dies to retaliate. And we find escaped mutants and attach it to our identity. Each Notion minion gets Quick Strike. That's really not that bad for us. Let's see, 1 encounter card, Under Fire. Let's Stepford Cuckoo's that. Yep. So it cancels the Surge too, and we'll get Assaults. That's fine. That adds 1 threat to the main. Now we can basic defend, which I think I like here. Okay, we took no damage. Dark Beast takes 1. So he's down to 13 health. Port and Punch is dealing 6, gets him to 7. Let's go ahead and use X-Jet to get a Bamf from our discard to our hand. And I think we're going to put a Bamf onto him. We're going to use Clarity to play, or sorry, make the call. Specialized Training. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clarity will play Scout ahead, discarding a Bamf, taking 3 here and 3 here. Beak will go ahead and clear Specialize. That's going to get us our Defense Specialists. Beak goes away. Draw a card off Mission Leader. Dang, really wanted a double there. What do we have left on our deck? Yeah, we had pretty good odds for a double. There's 2 left. 25%. Alright, we have at least 2 defenses, so we should be okay. But maybe we can flip, actually. Have we seen all of the scheme cards? Advance. Evil Genius. No, he's got another Advance and another Evil Genius. Guy's so evil. Let's hold Port and Punch. If we get another copy, maybe we can just win. I don't know. Oh, Marrow, yeah. Oh, yeah, 1 threat. He's attacking. We can discard Bamf, declare ourselves the defender without defending. There's the other advance. We take no damage. He takes 1, and the encounter card is Assault. So now we basic defend. He puts 1 more on the min, and we take none. He takes 1. Okay. X-Jet for Bamf onto Dark Beasts. Strength for Port and Punch. Deal him 6. Gets him down to 5. I think we just hard play Marrow here. Marrow will deal 2. And he'll attack for 2. And then we'll win with Retaliate in the villain phase. Yeah, we're decking out, but it literally, oh, we forgot to draw off of a Defense Specialist too. What a rube. What a rube. 1 threat on, 1 threat from his special. He attacks us. We will discard Bamf, declare ourselves the defender, and we block all of that, and he takes Retaliate. So there we go, Dark Beast. So you can see, I think this is kind of the way to go with Nightcrawler leadership. Med Lab with Day Tripper, suit up to grab Professor X in Alter Ego, get down Clarity, get down Honorary, get down Danger Room Training. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Legion this game, but we're only playing really like 1 game with each of these decks, so it's hard to showcase every single card because usually it takes multiple games with the deck to really understand its inner workings. So, yeah. Pretty neat stuff here. Nightcrawler leadership. I think this one is pretty synergistic for him. Let's see what else we have. What other aspects? Hi everyone, welcome back to How to Play Nightcrawler. Now we're going to talk about Nightcrawler in the pool aspect. So the first thing that I want to take a look at are the pool events, because the main hook that Nightcrawler has with aspects is his prehensile tail, as we've talked about before. Now usually I don't recommend going into a lot of events with Nightcrawler, but there are a couple good pool events that really stand out with him. The first one being Get in Front of Me. So one thing that Nightcrawler is really good at is taking extra attack treachery. So he can bamf the villain attack and then basic defend and assault. And essentially the board state is the same as it was the previous turn, except with like one extra threat on the man and he's exhausted. So you have your entire hand to deal with that. So typically turning something like Shadows, which is very bad for him, or Advance or something like that, into an Assault, or trying to mulligan a bad Treachery into an easier encounter card for him to deal with, is beneficial here. We do have some ways to chump block as well to get the extra card draw if needed, but I do like this as some extra encounter deck control alongside Stepford Cuckoo. So Get in Front of Me and Stepford Cuckoo's helping us get that encounter card control. Not My Responsibility is really good because it helps open up his alter ego a lot more. And alter ego, he gets a much more economy, which helps him build out a little bit, which is a slight weakness of his. This also lets him take damage in alter ego, which will help him turn on the chapel. So if you're at full health, you can't use the chapel because you need to be able to recover. And so Not My Responsibility helps you stop a scheme, take some damage. Now you can use that chapel, and it essentially refunds itself from the draw off of chapel. Get Ragey is really nice, and that you can ready an ally, and then that ally gets +1 attack. So this could be nice with Day Tripper to help offset some of his damage woes, and also helps us use up her health more. It's good with Legion, with Gambit, with Professor X, any of these allies with good stats that you might want to use multiple times in a round just to solve some problems and maybe catch back up to the encounter deck. It's a really nice just one slot here. We're not running Cut Upper just because we already have Teleport Drop if we need a stun, and stuns aren't super synergistic with Nightcrawler because it's already okay at taking villain attacks anyways. And then lastly, we have a single copy of Mulligan. You can pay for it with the Prehensile Tail. So this is a way to turn a bad hand into a better one. So if we get our metagames down, we can pitch a bunch of his dead events into metagames, use Mulligan, maybe draw into a Bamf, maybe draw into a Port Away. So one way I like to use Mulligan is if you're starting in Hero, you spend as much as you can, you flip down, and then you play Mulligan, and now you're drawing one extra card than what you started the turn with. So let's say you pitch your entire hand to Blackout, villain gets confused, you flip down, you play Mulligan, you have 6 extra cards to work with, and you're safe in Alter Ego. Now you can also, if you haven't seen Port Away in your deck, you can use Mulligan after you flip to Alter Ego, draw 6 cards, maybe use Weapon X, and hope you draw into Port Away, and then you can flip back into Hero, that kind of thing. So there is a little bit of synergy here. So I like it as a one-of. In terms of the pool upgrades, we're running Blackout. Nightcrawler likes to be able to access Alter Ego. An extra threat here or there really helps him out, and he has the X-Jet to help pay for this. Likewise with Tic-Tac-Toe. Now, we don't typically want to heal ourselves with Tic-Tac-Toe just because we want damage on us for the chapel, but this is nice to heal sticky allies like Legion or Gambit, and then we have some damage stored on the board, so if we draw the wrong hand of events, we can pop Tic-Tac-Toe and maybe clear a minion that we couldn't before. Rock, Paper, Scissors is in here for some extra card draw, some extra economy, and this deck is actually running 18 cards with energy, so what we can do is tutor Bamf out of our discard with his hero ability, because Bamf is a physical, show Bamf for Rock, Paper, Scissors, and then hope to draw into energy. So I think that's a really strong play we have here. Of course, anytime we have Day Tripper, we're showing Day Tripper, getting automatic card draw, but almost always we want to show a physical, and we have a good almost 50% chance of hitting energy once we get a few of our board cards down greater than 50%. War is okay, just if you want to get some damage on you so you can use the chapel, but we have Weapon X. His cost curve is pretty low, so you don't want to hit into one of your 0 cost cards or a Bamf with War, and then you're dealing nothing to the villain or the enemy of your choice. We're not running Healing Factor. Again, we want to heal with chapel, not necessarily this. And then Stick-to-Itiveness. Bamf is a physical. We have a way to always have a physical in hand for it. X-Jet can always ready us. Just being able to ready so that we can either flip and recover or maybe thwart twice in a turn is really nice for him. If we had to basic defend and we need to use his 2 thwart, that kind of thing. Laser Swords, I think this is super funny to run in like a cutlasses and laser swords deck. If you're running like side holster and prehensile tail, you can get both out. The problem is he's really lacking in readies to actually take advantage of this. You're kind of limited to like Port Away, which isn't the best ready. Utopia, which is very expensive. You have to play an ally, and you have to play a lot of allies, and there are no pool X-Men, of course. Or you're limited to stick-to-itiveness. So it's kind of a restricted card. I think it's very funny when you can pull it off, but it's not something that's super synergistic like with heroes that have a lot of onboard ways to ready. We're not running the supports because they're not that good. We're not running the side scheme because we're not really running Shadowcat, and we're not running the swords, that kind of thing. In terms of the resources, we're only running self-preservation and self-confidence. We really don't need a full 6, all the selves, all the basic doubles. So what I've picked is only the energy and the physical ones. Physical so that we can show it to rock, paper, scissors and draw energy, and energy to increase our odds of every time we show a physical drawing one of these two. We don't even mind if we're not at max health because we don't have a lot of triples in the deck. These do help us play some expensive cards he usually struggles with, like Stepford Cuckoos, X-Jet, Professor X, Colossus, Legion, Gambit, that kind of thing. But even if they're just doubles, they're still pretty good because we have a lot of cards like Day Tripper and Cutlasses that we can use to get those out. All right, let's look at the basics really quick. Oops. Basic there, good. Oh yeah, events, there really aren't any events that we're running. Game time would be great here if there were any training upgrades we could run in pool, but there aren't. Mutant Education is an energy, but we're not going to be making use of our signature cards too much, other than drawing them with rock, paper, scissors, or pitching them into metagames. It's like a nice to have, but we don't necessarily really need it type thing. In terms of allies, I picked some of the more high impact basic allies for the X-Men. We have Marrow and Colossus here for damage, just so we can help shore up our damage weakness. Professor X and Beak are for thwarting, and Professor X for his confuse, get that alter ego. And then Legion and Gambit are pretty flexible. Legion, the mill is super beneficial to him. We don't mind stuff hitting the discard. We want to get to our shuffle faster. Gambit can help set up an alter ego flip, and he can maybe get rid of a nasty encounter card like Under Fire or something like that. A lot of these allies are energy, so we have good odds of hitting an ally off of a rock, paper, scissors. We're not running Hope Summers. I'm probably repeating myself in a lot of these aspects, but it's really hard to play her, play the superpower that she draws, and then also be able to kick it with a BAMF. It's just very difficult. We probably have the easiest time of it in pool if we draw her with a triple resource, but the superpowers aren't even that strong to begin with that we always want to be that we always want access to them. Not running Shadowcat really, just because she's a little bit niche. We have some better thwarting options like Beak and Professor X, and we're running Blackout as a resource sink on the board. Okay, Triage, energy, but we don't really need her as much because we can always heal with Chapel after a flip down. It might be worth experimenting, dropping a mental resource in the deck somewhere, but I really like all the mentals that we have in here. So if you want to add her, I would recommend just adding her at card 41. Going above 40 in Nightcrawler is not super, it doesn't hurt him too much because we honestly want to try to minimize the amount of time that we can see his signature cards anyways. The main target for healing would be Legion or Gambit once those are out. Alright, in terms of basic upgrades, we're only running Honorary X-Men. We want to be able to play Marrow and Stepford Cuckoos and Alter Ego and make use of X-Jet if we can. The extra hit points gives us some extra recovery room with the Chapel as well, which is a large part of a lot of my Nightcrawler strategies. In terms of supports, we're running the same 3 that we were running in just about every single Nightcrawler build. Weapon X helps turn on Chapel, helps make his alter ego a little bit more worthwhile. Stepford Cuckoos helps filter Shadow of the Past and those type of cards into better cards for us, can help prevent a lost condition. And X-Jet is really nice for the metagames. It's really nice to get a BAMF out of your discard. It's just a general good flexible card. We are running a couple player side schemes, all the basic ones. Superpower training is good for getting the Cutlasses out. It's good for if you need to get a BAMF and don't have access to a BAMF. If there's none in your discard, you can't flip down to get one out of your deck, that kind of thing. It's nice just to have a BAMF stored on the board. Build support helps us play X-Jet, helps us get down Stepford Cuckoos, especially if we used up all the counters and want to use them again. Specialized training is really good for defense specialists that we can exhaust and use BAMF and draw a card. Always having some hero side economy is really nice. So in pool we get rock, paper, scissors, we get defense specialist, and now we get some extra cards, and we don't mind pitching a card to BAMF. Yeah, so this is the pool builder running. I've got Mr. Sinister set up here. Go ahead and flip for his flip for his first attachment. So we're going to remove one from the game. Oops. And then we have taking off. So it starts with 1. We get flight attached, and then Mr. Sinister is going to add 2 more to it, so it's on 3. Let's see, hope. We get hope outs. Let's see, nasty boys. And then flights. Oh, where'd that card go? Alright, I don't know where the actual flight card went, but we'll grab this copy. Alright, Crisis of Faith in. And then we need to get ourselves a health dial. Okay. Not my responsibility with Kurt's Chapel. If we had an ally, we could stay down. Block his scheme. We can't use Hope to clear the threat because she is a 0/0 while we're an alter ego. This is like a lot of build cards. I think we pitch Superpower Training. Cutlasses is nice because of the +1 attack. I think maybe if we pitch Tic-Tac-Toe. Yeah, I don't know what we're looking for by holding these, but I don't want to get rid of them. Grab a BAMF out of our deck. Probably could have thought through this mulligan a little bit more. We could do Legion to clear the main. That seems pretty good. We do 3 for Legion, 1 for Kurt's Chapel, hold Not My Responsibility. We lose out on the Cutlasses and Blackout, but I think getting another 7-card hand next turn is really nice. Okay, we got a physical. So he heals and then he takes Consequential. And we're going to stay down. 2 threat coming on. Mr. Sinister is going to scheme for 2, 3, 4. We're going to use Not My Responsibility. Take that as damage. Going to heal to full with Chapel. And then Genetic Mastery. He is aerial, so we're going to take 2 indirect damage. So we're going to take 2 more. And that's it. Okay, we recover for 4. Wait, we should grab a BAMF out of the deck first, and then we play and then we recover to draw off of Chapel. All right. So I don't think we're going to mulligan here because we got a good hand. We have Day Tripper plus Rock, Paper, Scissors. Yeah, we have a good hand. We can clear the main, maybe stun him with Teleport Drop, or we can just build with Honorary. Let's flip up. We'll drop Port and Punch to play Rock, Paper, Scissors using Day Tripper to draw another Port and Punch. And then we can do Mulligan and Port and Punch for Day Tripper. Grab a BAMF out of the discard, attach it to Mr. Sinister, ping some for 1. Let's have Legion take 1 off the min. Oop, come on. And he hits a mental, so it's 2 more. And then let's see, Hope can clear the main. Or let's see, do we want to wait until after we status him? I think we want to status him first. Yeah. So we'll use Teleport Drop, discarding this Bamf. And that's going to deal him 8. It gets him a stun. And then his response puts 2 on the main. Hope and Day Tripper will clear the main. And I think we're in a really good spot here. 1 threat on, sorry, 2 threat on, he's stunned. And then the encounter card is Slab. Okay. So we got Self-Preservation as a double. We have all energy and mental. So this is like, this is where we would tutor a Bamf and then show Bamf to rock, paper, scissors. Because I don't think we want to run, I don't think we want to show mental or energy because our odds are not good. Let's just look really quick. Yeah, so what do we discard for Bamf? Maybe Scout Ahead, grab Bamf, and we'll show Bamf for rock, paper, scissors, and we hit a mental. Rats. Okay, we can do Self-Preservation for Marrow. Maybe it's worth it just to play Professor X. Maybe get another flip. We could do X-Jet and hold Professor. That doesn't feel so good. If we were going to play X-Jet, we should have played it and used X-Jet to get the Bamf. Let's see what Legion does first. We're going to have Legion ping this stuff, and he hits an energy, so it's going to put 2 damage onto Slab. And then Legion goes away. So we got 3 here. We can go Hope and Day Tripper will take out Slab. Day Tripper goes away. Let's see. Yeah, I think we go Self-Preservation. Well, let's put a Bamf up here. X-Jet, Self-Preservation for Professor X. It's going to add a Confuse, it's going to add 2 threat here. Professor X and Nightcrawler can clear the main. Maybe we just hold Marrow, because Marrow is not bad if we get another minion. So let's hold him. Draw 4. Oh, we got a lot of good stuff. 2 threat on, he is attacking. We're going to trigger Bamf. It's going to be 3 on 3. He attacks for an extra 3. Wow. Okay. And the encounter card is Master Plan. Teleported away. Okay. We've seen a lot of energy. 10 cards left. Let's see. Specialized Training is still in the deck. I think that's a mental. We've seen both Port and Punches. We've seen both Tally Hoes, Teleport Drop. I think Port Away is an energy, Scout Ahead, so at least 2 energies. The resource card energy, so 3 energies. Strength is still in there, it's a physical. Stepford Cuckoos, I'm pretty sure they're mental. So it's kind of a weird split, but I think we still have more energies, even despite all that. But I don't know if I really want to... get a Bamf. I think I want to flip down this turn. So let's show mental for rock, paper, scissors. Maybe hit strength or something. Nope. Alright. Let's see. Do we gambit here? Three for gambit, 1 for weapon X. Is there still a Bamf for us to pull? Nope. There is not. None in the deck. So let's risk it and play Gambit. Gambit's going to show us 1, 2, and 3 off the top. So this is going to be our encounter card, because he's going to be confused. So we don't want our encounter card to be under fire. I think we don't mind our encounter card to be Sinister Soldier. So we're just going to tuck under fire, under Gambit. And now our encounter card is going to stay Crisis of Faith. But we have a 3 thwart Gambit here. So Hope and Gambit can clear teleported away. And then we'll flip. And we're going to recover for 4. It's going to draw a card. And then we'll use that card to play Weapon X. Alright, 1-2 on. Sinister is confused. We're going to get Crisis of Faith. We have no attack or defense events, so we're just going to exhaust and remove it from the game. That's okay. What would we hit with Weapon X here? I don't know if there's anything left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, there's nothing for Weapon X to hit, which is annoying, so we can't really use Chapel or Weapon X unless we're just wanting to deck out, which I don't know. Get Ragey gets us 6 thwart from Gambit, which clears Specialized. It's not terrible. We only have 2 cards left, so we should know what they are. They're not... Well, I think it's Stepford Cuckoos is 1. That's mental. And then what is the other one? Basic Ally, maybe? No, we have all the allies. Is it a pool event? I think we might have seen all of the pool events. Because it would be nice if we knew exactly what... If both of the last 2 cards shared the same resource, so that we could guarantee drawing for rock, paper, scissors. So what is left in our deck? Oh, it's energy. Energy and Stepford Cuckoo. So one is a mental and one is energy. Unfortunately, I don't think it really helps us to draw another resource here. So it's probably best to show... Oh, we don't even have an energy to show. Huh. So I guess we have to go for broke and draw energy. So let's... Or do we want to deck out and get a BAMF for free? I think that's actually okay. If we Weapon X and we just deck those 2, we're going to get an encounter card. Some of our cards are missing the shuffle, but we're going to get a BAMF here. And free BAMF is better than a BAMF you have to pay for. Alright, let's flip up. Now we're going to show BAMF to rock, paper, scissors. Mental. Some games with rock, paper, scissors are just like that, even when the odds are on your side. We have like all of our physical cards in our hand. Let's go ahead and Gambit for 1, 2, 3. It's probably better to get Ragey Hope, honestly. Keep Gambit's last activation to where it matters. See, tough on Colossus is nice. But I want to build. I want to get Prehensile and Specialized. So I don't think we're going to play Colossus. I think we're just going to get out Specialized Training. Work towards having a higher defense. Self-confidence for the tail. Get Ragey on Hope. She can thwart 2 off of that. Put a BAMF up here, maybe hold the strength. This seems good. Yeah. Extra encounter card. Gotta watch out. 1, 2. We're gonna BAMF his attack. It's 3 on 3. Exhaust a character I control. Let's make it Hope. So we take 1. Sinister Soldier. I think we knew that was coming. And then Mr. Sinister. So, yeah. Scout ahead. Cuckoos is looking actually really good here. Let's drop Port and Punch for a Bamf. Show Bamf to Rock, Paper, Scissors. And Energy, there we go. That might have been the first time Bamf has hit all game. Let's go ahead and Prehensile Tail to play Scout ahead. Clear Specialized. It's going to get us Defense Specialist. It's going to help a lot. Now we have more defense than his base attack. Going to put a Bamf out. Let's go ahead and get Legion down. Because I think we want to try and kill the soldier instead of Cuckoos. Right? Yeah, let's do that. 1, discard the top. It's energy, so it's going to put 2 onto the soldier. Gambit can then clear the soldier. Oops. Unfortunately, Under Fire goes back in the deck. But we got a lot of use out of Gambit there. Nightcrawler. Let's see, what are you doing? Just clear them in. We don't want to put this damage into Legion. Maybe we should have attacked first, send the damage into Hope. No, it would have killed Gambit. We need to do it in this order to guarantee killing. Let's discard Cuckoos, draw 5, 2 on, use Bamf, so it's 3 on 4, make it 5 on 4, take 1, draw a card, and counter card is Advance. Okay. 0 boost, it doesn't go, but it was not. So this pops. We see Telepathy. Woof. Okay. So he's got +1, Scheme, and Retaliate. And the Retaliate is not nice. Okay. A lot of good cards here. Let's use Legion to clear the main. And he hits an energy, so it's going to be 2 damage onto Sinister. This feels like a build turn. Let's show Cutlasses for Rock, Paper, Scissors. Oh, that was an energy, so we get to draw that. I think we want to get down Cutlasses and Professor X, and then basic defend his attack. Yeah, probably that. So let's go 1 and 2 for Cutlasses. And then the rest of our hand for Professor X. 1, 2, 3. It's going to get him confused. Going to add 2 to the main. Professor X will clear it. Hope can clear Sinister Disguise. What do you want to wait 1 more turn? Because what do? And maybe we wait, use Legion 1 more time next turn, even if it wastes Hope and Nightcrawler's activations here. We'll get a bigger turn next turn. Alright, 5 cards, 2 on. He is attacking. We're going to basic defend. It's 3 on 5 now. Give him a tough. That's nasty. It's going to add 2 threat. We did defend, take no damage, and we're going to draw a card here. Retaliate from the swords is going to ping his stuff. And the encounter card is Assault. I think we block with Professor X here. That at least soaks 2 of it. So Professor X, after his activation, Shuffle Hair Bag. So 5, 2 damage, we take 3 overkill. Nasty. Well, now Tic-Tac-Toe is looking good. Maybe Beak and Tic-Tac-Toe. Let's use Rock, Paper, Scissors, showing Bamf. It's another Bamf. We can do get in front of me, and teleport drop for Beak. That's going to clear 3 off the min. Oop, come on. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, let's use Legion for 1. Hits an energy, so that's 2. If he hit that Bamf, he would have healed. This is okay, because I think we want Hope to hit Beak. So if we do Hope attacking him, that's going to trigger a Sinister Disguise, which is going to deal... Oh, wait, Hope is 2 attack now. So we want... Yeah, actually, I think it's okay to go into Beak, because we want to get him back in the shuffle. So Hope will deal that damage to Beak, gets rid of Sinister Disguise. We can do Tic-Tac-Toe and spend Self-Preservation as an energy to heal us 1, and then put a Bamf up here and flip down. Any Bamfs left in the deck? Nope. Alright. Flips down on a deck out turn, but he's at least confused. We do have Not My Responsibility. Not that it's going to help too much. It did get an advance. 3. So yeah, we can't actually take it into anyone. If we had not killed Beak, we could have Not My Responsibility to this. 3, 4. So that's going to pop this. Deal each player 1 face down encounter card. This starts with 0. We're at least really well equipped to deal with Sinister Stage 3, where he's always attacking Hope, because we can continuously defend for her. Sowing Discord. Exhaust each ally we control. Allies we control cannot ready. Genetic Mastery. Aerial, 2 indirect damage. Let's put it onto Hope. And Psionic. Place 2 threat on the main. Okay. Do we have double mental? Doubtful. And these 2. But then we miss out on Rock, Paper, Scissors. Let's go ahead and start with Honorary X-Men. Get health. Grab a Bamf out of our deck. Let's use Weapon X. Grabs Portent Punch, we'll cover for 4. Kurt's Chapel to draw a card. Okay, no mentals. A lot of energy, though. So I think we have to drop Day Tripper here. Day Tripper and Not My Responsibility to get rid of this. Unfortunately, the rest of our hand isn't looking that great. We can Port Away and Bamf to ready and flip. Rock, Paper, Scissors, showing energy, that's all we have. Yep, another energy. This isn't even good for Tic-Tac-Toe. Oh, we missed a Retaliate trigger somewhere. We may have been missing multiple Retaliate triggers. Can't remember. Well, we didn't attack him for a while because of that disguise. I feel like we may have missed 1 or 2 Retaliate triggers there. I don't know. We'll watch it back. Portent Punch doesn't seem good right now because of the Retaliates, unfortunately. But we can Prehensile Tail for Scout Ahead, clear them in. We can drop some stuff to heal. Unfortunately, only 1, unless we want to pitch Tic-Tac-Toe. I think we drop Portent Punch. I don't know if we want to flip him to the next stage, really. Goes up to 3 scheme. Gets extra threat on the main. Well, maybe. Honestly. Maybe we just do Portent Punch and heal with energy. But Tally-Ho, I think holding Tally-Ho is better. So let's drop Portent Punch for another energy onto Tic-Tac-Toe here. We'll go the middle energy. That can heal 1 off of Hope. We have at least 2 defenses, 1 from Bamf, 1 from ourselves. So even if he draws Assault, we can defend. And let's hold on to this hand. We'll draw another card from Defense Specialist. Okay. 1 threat on the main. He's attacking. We're going to Bamf. And so he's attacking 3 on 5. We defended it all. He takes... Oh wait, we wanted to Tally-Ho there, right. Prehensile Tail. We'll hit Bamf back to hand. That's going to deal him 3. The Retaliate will deal him 1 more. So this goes. He's got 21 health. Place 2 threat on the main scheme. And then we're going to draw a card. Encounter card is one step ahead. Discard 2 random cards from our hand because he's aerial. Nasty. Bamf and superpower training, just like that. Well, let's use Colossus on rock, paper, scissors. Gets us Marrow. So 21 damage. That's all we need. Just gotta watch out for his retaliate. Do we just play Professor X here, staying in hero form? Professor X and Marrow? I guess we can only do Professor X and Build Sport, which I kind of like. Yeah, let's do that. Marrow for Build Sport. 1, 2, 3. I don't think we're going to get around to clearing it this round. These 3 for Professor X. That's going to get it confused. That's going to add 3 to the main. Professor X and Hope will take 5 off the main. And then Nightcrawler can take 2 off of Build Sport. And this seems good for us right now. Alright. Just 1 threat. He is attacking. We're going to basic defend. It's 3 on 5. 5 on 5. He takes retaliate. We draw a card. And we can always block with Professor X. Encounter card. Sinister schemes. He schemes. If he has the Sonic trait, we're confused. He does have the Sonic trait, but he just loses his confused instead. Okay. I think we're going to have Hope clear them in. Throw down Blackout. Use X-Jet as an energy on Blackout. It's going to clear Build Sport. Gets X-Jet back. Or do we want to get Cuckoos? We'll get X-Jet. X-Jet can get a Bamf out of the discard. And we might just kill him with a bunch of retaliate. Get in front of me is good to hold. Tally-Ho is good to hold here. We haven't done rock, paper, scissors yet, actually. So we should show... Let's show mental. Nope. It's okay. I mean, we could just play Cuckoos, and it'll be super safe for us, actually. If we don't hold on to Tally-Ho. Yeah, let's pitch our hand to Cuckoos. It's going to dodge any nastiness. 5 cards, 1 throw on the main. We're going to trigger Bamf. It's 3 on 5. 5 on 5. He takes retaliate. We draw a card. Just 19 more of those. Gang up. He's attacking. We're defending. 3 on 5. 4 on 5. He takes retaliate. Nice. And we can always tic-tac-toe him for 7 if we pitch our entire hand. But that's not close yet. Important punch seems good. Let's go X-Jet, get Bamf to hand. Use Bamf on rock, paper, scissors. Nope. Okay. The retaliate, really annoying for Hope here. We definitely always want to play Bamf. Important punch is 6 for the cost of 1 of our health, so I think that's good. Gambit seems good as a safety measure here. Let's go self-confidence and scout ahead for Gambit. Look at the top 3. We have a single boost, and a triple boost. Ooh. So this will be our boost. This would be his encounter card. That looks fine for us. We just get double attacked again. So let's get the triple. These go back. We've gotten triples both times we've played Gambit. How nice is that? Let's go ahead and attack with Gambit. 1, 2, 3. He takes retaliates and consequential. We can use tail and beak on important punch. It's going to deal 6. Take him down to 9. We take retaliate. And then let's just go ahead and have Hope. I know we can pitch self-preservation into Blackout. Hope attacks for 2. We pitch into tic-tac-toe and deal him 3. How many cards are left in our deck? 3. So we're decking out, so we should spend this here. I think Hope is going to clear the main, so let's use tic-tac-toe. And heal ourselves for 1. Yeah, I don't know. He can't really do that much to us. So I guess heal Hope. That's going to trigger tic-tac-toe. It's going to deal 3 up there. Gets him down to 6. Hope could leave him at 4. Retaliate leaves him at 3. If we get a tally-ho, we win. Let's do it. We'll do the fun play, not the safe play. So Hope attacks for 2. She takes a retaliate, but no consequential. If we draw a tally-ho, we win in the villain phase. Oh, you know what? We decked out. So we're not getting that extra attack anymore. Ooh. Whoops. Okay, 1 card. But we do know that we can fully block this with Bamf. So it's 3, and we're stunned. Sorry, it was a 4 on 5, but we're stunned. He's going to take retaliate. We're going to draw a card. And we have 2 encounter cards here. First one, high ground. Discard each tough. Okay, we don't have any. Players as a group take 2 indirect damage. 2 indirect damage. Okay. Last card, ruckus. Stun each character I control. Boy, oh boy. Well, we have Port and Punch, so that's gonna do it for us. We can exhaust, clear our own stun. How do I want to do this? Let's rock, paper, scissors, showing Bamf. Drawing another card. Oh wow, we could even port away here. Just for the S&Gs. If we want to go for max health, port away. Discard Bamf. Flip, recover, or sorry, flip and ready. We will grab a Bamf out of the deck. We can use Weapon X. Not finishing with max health, but extra cards are fun. Ooh. Recover for 4. Draw another card. And we should have it in a bunch of different area codes. Clear our stuns. Or maybe Hope just thwarts the main down. She can stay stunned. Put a Bamf up there. And then X-Jet Prehensile Tail will play Port and Punch. Deals 3 to Ruckus, and then 3 to Sinister. And there you go, that was a good look at how the deck functions. Super safe, very nice, very well covered. Nightcrawler pool, there you go. I think he likes a lot of the pool events. He likes being able to afford some cuckoos. Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors was pretty clutch that game. I mean, we blanked on it for a while, but we were able to get some solid value. Yeah. Okay, let's go on to another aspect. Unless I've done them all already, in which case this is the end of the video. But I'm not going to know that. You guys will know that. Alright, see ya. Alright, we've got Nightcrawler Protection here. It says Precon Aspect, and I wasn't really sure what to do with him for a long time, because if you lean full into defense, he can struggle in a lot of ways. Lack of readies, weakness to status, that kind of thing. So you can fall behind in the encounter where you're always playing half a phase or 1 phase behind the villain, and if you get behind on the board, it's very hard to catch back up. With his already event-heavy deck, running a lot of defense events can lead to some dead hands. So we're doing a mix of things. I think there are some cards that can work for him, like Powerful Punch, that we're just not running. What Doesn't Kill Me is almost always a very strong card for heroes to run, but I find that I actually want a little bit of damage on me to be able to recover with Chapel, maybe once on the way down, once on the way up, that kind of thing. Repurpose is really nice to be able to boost either stat for exactly what he needs, but he doesn't really have a reliable second ready like a lot of the best heroes with Repurpose do. And his economy is also a little bit weak in that it's hard for him to play a lot of techs. Definitely not going to be able to play like a force field generator repurpose deck type of thing. You might not even want to really run energy barrier because you want to be proactive about pinging tufts of minions that come out after you defend with something like plasma pistol. But honestly, I think if you go repurpose, you just run max electrostatic armor. Just very cheap, low to the ground, get your boosted +1, your 3 thwart, clear side scheme, 2 to 3 attack, clear minion, that kind of thing, rather than going super expensive with it just because of his economy issues and a lot of his consistency issues. In terms of defense events, the one that I'm running is Repost. I think this is in general not a great card, but it can work in Nightcrawler specifically because he's almost always ready to be able to defend a minion. But I do like this versus Under Control because it can also work against the villain for some extra damage to close out the game. Between Repost and Tally Ho, you have 5 defense events that are going to deal 3 damage, +1 from Retaliate, +1 from Electrostatic. So you're clearing most things. And the main thing to consider with Repost is that Retaliate is going to trigger at the same timing speed as the delayed effect from Repost. That means that you can ping a tough with Retaliate before deciding, or before the damage from Repost comes through. So you really want to get that Repost damage, and that matters quite a bit. Anything else that we would want to run, I think the main thing would be Not Today, just to be able to remove 2 threat from any scheme. But it's a little bit, you basically just get your basic activation to do that already. So it's kind of stacks what we already have going for us. I'd rather trigger Change of Fortune and get some minion control, which I think is his biggest weakness. And we have our allies that can help us with some damage on the other side of things. In terms of upgrades, we have Change of Fortune. Came in his pack. Tally Ho is really good for triggering this. He's got Retaliate from his cutlasses. He has Repost here. So a lot of good ways to trigger it. And even though Under Control is 1 cheaper and 1 more damage, I do actually like Repost a little bit better. I mean, Prehensile Tail works on it, so you get that going for you. But I like the flexibility of being able to hit the villain. Other than Change of Fortune, we got Unflappable, draw extra cards. We need to be able to draw some cards because of our economy issues and our defense events. Hard to Ignore helps us keep the main clear. Armored Vests is just really nice, especially early game against some villains that can out attack our 3 defense stat. Maybe we don't get cutlasses down right away. We really need that extra defense. And then Electrostatic Armor is here because we're usually going to be defending once or twice around, so we just want to be able to get some chip down. Yeah, we're not running like Come At Me Bub because for the most part we want to heal with Chapel. The toughs don't do us too much. The healing doesn't really do us all that much, and it's another event kind of clogging up our deck. I think Dauntless can be run. The only issue is that a lot of times you're going to be taking damage before Retaliate would trigger. And it's kind of a resource drain on the turn that you're playing it. So when you're already running like a bunch of cards like Vests, Hard to Ignore, Unflappable, Armor, Change, none of these cards do anything when you play it. And you're kind of hoping that they'll do something in the next phase. And there's a chance that they don't do anything for multiple turns in a row. So we kind of have to like pick and choose our favorites here. And Dauntless is just not consistent enough because we take the damage and then we're under our health for the Retaliate. Let's see, supports, we're not really running any. You could consider like Night Nurse is always good to clear some status. I don't really want to run Airy because for the most part we want damage on us for a Chapel. Not that we're going to flip that much in protection, but I would rather us have damage so that we can exhaust for Chapel than to heal all the damage and then we can't get the extra card draw. Side schemes, the only one running is Astonishing X-Men. Really easy for him to clear slowly over time. and yeah, gets some status, especially that Confuse is really valuable. In conjunction with Professor X, we do get some alter ego access, which is very nice. In terms of other events we might want to consider, Taunt is always good. Being able to, well, not always good. I don't want to oversell it. Taunt is good in niche situations, but Nightcrawler is very good at taking multiple attacks in a round, especially in protection. So being able to, if you're ready in the player phase, exhaust and draw some cards, that's pretty nice. It just, you typically want to get your defense up a little bit before you get that, and you are giving up your 2 thwarts, so there is some drawback to it. Yeah, in terms of, let's see, what else is there that's an option that we've tried out. So I know there's Containment Strategy as an upgrade over here. Yeah, the thing is we're clearing Astonishing X-Men already. I think Containment Strategy is best. Here it is. Containment strategy is best for something like Specialized Training, but for the most part, we need to clear Specialized Training before you get that extra defense anyway. So it's like, well, Containment Strategy is only good if you have Armored Vest and Cutlasses out and Specialized Training in play type thing. It's can be pretty niche. Interesting card. I think we should keep this in mind for Nightcrawler in the future. In terms of basics, we're running a lot of the allies that we run in all of our Nightcrawler decks. Beak is going to help us with our thwart issues, especially in protection. Legion, we like milling the deck. We like hitting energy with him. He can clear a lot of minions for us. Professor X gets us our flip down. Triage is here primarily to heal either Legion or Rogue here. And Rogue is like the big ally. Even though she takes a whole turn to play, I think, one, she deals us damage, which is nice, so that if we flip down, we have damage on us actually to recover for Chapel. But the other thing is that she's always going to be at minimum a 4/3 ally. So she's clearing pretty much any side scheme. She is clearing most minions. So once we get her down, we're getting 3 straight turns of our weaknesses covered for us, especially if we get a protective training on her. Now we get an extra 3 turns of that. So we're running 2 protective training to hopefully get down onto Rogue and Legion, and just a single copy of Game Time. We already have a lot of dead events a lot of times, so I don't want to run max copies of this, but just 1, and it's an occasional nice thing to have. We're not running Marrow like we usually might, just because we are going primarily X-Men focused here. Polaris is in to give Rogue a tough or to give Legion a tough, just to keep them around a little bit longer. We don't necessarily need the tough on ourselves, but toughing our allies is really valuable. We have a copy of Honorary X-Men here. Gives us access to Stepford Cuckoos and Alter Ego, X-Jet and Alter Ego. Gives us some extra health, some extra cushion for our defending and for our Chapel. There is an argument to run Dauntless with this, but I think if you're running Dauntless, you want Endurance over Honorary, and I like the flexibility of Honorary to give us something like Cuckoos and X-Jet and that kind of thing. It can also be played on our allies. An extra hit point on Rogue is super valuable, and we'll eventually, if she leaves play, we'll eventually get it back and can play it on ourselves. But by the time her hit points is up, we usually should be winning the game. Okay, so that's a good basis there. The only upgrade we're playing is Honorary. We just talked about it. In terms of supports, we're just running Cuckoos and X-Jet in this deck. No Weapon X like we usually might, just because we're not going to be flipping too much. And we have Rogue to guarantee us damage, so we don't necessarily need the damage from X-Jet. Let's see, we got Superpower Trainings here, Build Support, Specialized Training. We want to be able to get Defense Specialist, so we can always get that Hero Form card draw. Defense Specialist change Unflappable, it's an extra 4 cards every round, which is really nice. Helps refund Repost, helps refund Tally Ho, that kind of thing. So that's a general overview. I think Protection is like the one that I'm least confident on in terms of building for him. I think maybe we'll see like the Change of Fortune archetype get fleshed out in the future, or other protection cards that might... Whoa, we just shuffled the Bell Tower into our deck. Yeah, I think it's just... We've seen one protection pack that has already like altered the game quite a bit. I think there's a good chance that we'll see more protection cards that will affect his game, maybe. Hopefully. Alright, the biggest challenge in this Venom matchup is going to be, how do we clear Tooth and Nail? Scout Ahead is a really good way to do it, at least for part of it. I think Superpower Training and Build Support are not as good as Specialized here. Legion is good, he can also help us clear that. Let's draw 2. Another scout ahead. Let's get our free Bamf out of the deck. We might have to pitch it to scout here. I'm wondering if there's a way, can we scout specialized and legion, but I don't know. We do these 3 for legion, and then these 3 for scout, but we have to hold specialized at that point. If we don't play legion, do we just play 2 scout aheads? So let's say we don't play legion. Here's 1 scout ahead, specialized, 2nd scout ahead. Whoa. Sorry, 1 scout ahead, specialized, 2nd scout ahead. That's going to be 3, 3, 3, and 9, so 11 total threats. That seems really good. So we do the 2 3s off of Tooth and Nail, basic thwart with Kurt, and then take specialized down to 2. I think that's good for us. Let's flip up. We're going to use Genius to play specialized. We want to get that 5 defense card draw ASAP. We're going to play 1 scout ahead. It's going to do 3 to Tooth and Nail. 2nd scout ahead, kick it with Bamf. It's going to do another 3. And then 3 up here. And then Nightcrawler is going to clear Tooth and Nail. And we have a bare board, but we set up specialized. Maybe we take this first attack to the face, honestly. Yeah, we got Beak and Polaris here. I think we just take the first attack to the face. So he's attacking for 2, 3. And counter card is Common Criminal. Is going to surge into Gang Up. So there is a chance that we die here. I mean, if we get Beak... No, I think we still want to stay ready. We're going to go 2, 3, and then Common Criminal hits us for 4. So we go down to 2 health turn 1. So maybe we play Polaris and not Beak. So we can do Polaris for 3. It's going to give us a tough. Nightcrawler can clear specialized, really important here. Get our defense specialist down. Polaris can do 1 there. We'll discard Tally-Ho to get a Bamf back and put that up here. And I think we're going to hold Beak for next turn. 1 threat on. We're going to Bamf his attack. It's 2 against 4. Resolve this card's when revealed ability. Ugh. It's going to deal us a damage. Pings are tough. Yep, pings are tough, but we take no damage from the defense. We're going to draw a card. Oh, did we want to Tally-Ho? Should have looked. I don't think so. I think we want to do Triage and Beak. We're going to get hit by 1. Or maybe we have to defend this guy, honestly. So we do 2 for Triage, 2 for Beak, 1 for Bamf. Allies clear the board for us. Or we do 4 for Rogue, 1 for Bamf. What are we doing about this guy? If he draws his other For Whom the Bell Tolls, we just die. I think we're just going to risk it. Assault, he's attacking us. Maybe we have to chump Polaris here. Although overkill kills us. There's 2 overkills out of 29. 4 against 2, only a triple boost kills. I think we defend. 4 against 4. Nice, no damage. Okay. So we are going to have to play Triage here. Heal for 2. Just be safe. And I think we go Beak for 2. That's going to clear them in. We pitch this for Bamf. We have like almost no build out. Oops. This is one of like Nightcrawler's issues. He's always having to play catch up. And then these 3 can take out the Common Criminal. Beak can ping this tough here. And maybe we start loading up on the bell tower. I think the bell tower is going to be very important for us. Armored Vest and Cutlass's turn. Okay, let's Bamf. So it's 4 on 2. If this activation is an attack, take 2 indirect damage. So let's go triage and beak here. We don't really want to take more damage than we have to. We took no damage from that attack. We're going to draw 1. And then the encounter card is webbed up. When we would attack, we're stunned. Okay? So we're going to do that. Grab the stun. It's not super bad for us. Let's go ahead and do repost and game time for the cutlasses. And now that we're at 5 defense, I think it's okay to just play Unflappable and then play this Bamf out and hold on to Polaris. Let's see, 1 threat on. We're going to Bamf this attack. It's 2 against 5 now. So we take nothing. He takes a Retaliate, and we're going to draw 2 cards. Took us a little while, but we got some build going. Encounter card is Enraged Symbiote. Not a problem. Alright, Professor X, Kurt's Chapel, I feel like. Important Punch. Oop, come on. Important Punch, Teleport Drop. Cuckoos. For Professor X, we'll get half a Confuse. Polaris pings the Symbiote. Yeah, Bamf up here. And let's play the Chapel. I don't think we can flip. Maybe we chump Professor here. It's gonna go 2. Keep his health, and we're gonna chump with him. Potentially. Or we probably want to draw. But I think I would rather keep his health in case we take an overkill attack. So 5 cards, 1 on the main. He is attacking for 2 and a boost. We have Day Tripper, so losing this Bamf doesn't feel so bad. Let's just Bamf it. It's 2 on 5, so there we go. He takes Retaliate. We're going to draw 2. Encounter card is Crisis of Faith. I think I'd rather flip and then discard Important Punch and repost here so that we can recover. Discard that. I don't think there's any Bamfs left for us. Yeah, they're all in the discard. So let's just recover for 4. Back to 7, draw a card. And everything here looks really good. Oh, Professor X is gone. I want to say Protective Training, Protective Training. And Honorary for X-Jet. X-Jet plays Astonishing, Day Tripper gets us a Bamf back. And we start working down Astonishing. Yeah, I like the long-term play here. So we go, because like the other option, we get Honorary. We get these 2 for Day Tripper. Oh, let's get this back in hand so we can look at it better. So we get Honorary. We have these 2 on the right for Day Tripper. And then Astonishing. Is Honorary better than X-Jet? We do miss Day Tripper in our next shuffle, though. I think I like this avenue. We're going to go 3 for the Jet. Flip. Oh, we did flip up. Day Tripper will get us a Bamf. And this leaves us a Bamf in our discard as well. X-Jet will play Astonishing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And we're going to get some extra encounter cards. Ooh, Professor X, that's nice. 1 here, 1 on. We're going to Bamf. It's 2 against 5 again. Okay, he takes a Retaliate. Wow, just 15 more of those, guys. We draw 2. It's going to take 2 off of this. Sorry, 1 off of this. And then 2 encounter cards. While in Hero Form, increase the resource cost of each event you play by 1. Okay, we're just not going to play events. We have no events in hand. And then now we're angry. +1 attack. Okay, this is fine. This could be another build turn. Build and flip. So we have 3 for Cuckoos here. X-Jet this, X-Jet and this for Professor X. Kurt's Chapel for Change of Fortune, Bamf for Hard to Ignore. And we'll be super built. Alright, let's flip. Or before we flip, we have to play Cuckoos, because it's play only in X-Men. Likewise, X-Jet we have to use in Hero, no honorary. Professor X will turn this into a full Confuse. We're going to flip, get a Bamf out of our deck. That Bamf will be used to play Hard to Ignore. We can recover the full, draw a card, and then that will be used to play Change of Fortune. Professor clears them in. And then next turn coming up, we can get rid of Friends and Family. Alright, one on, he is Confused. And counter card is Exhaustion, that sucks. Into Unstable Sentience, give him a boost card, and then Surge. Biting Retort. Venom activates against you, each boost card gets +1. Well, this is how we lose, y'all. Oh, we do have Cuckoos, so maybe we just Cuckoos that, actually. Maybe we should have Cuckoosed the other one. But let's re-roll this. This is his boost card. We're going to reveal this card instead into Assault. That's going to Surge into Advance. It's okay, I'd rather have Advance with 2 boosts than 2 boosts and they're each +1. So 2, 4, and 0. There's the other Advance. So that was just 4, up to 5. Professor X goes away. I mean, have we seen all of the advances now? I don't know, maybe we can stay down an extra turn. Not that super helpful. Discard Portent Punch, get rid of this. Triage and Beak aren't doing enough, most likely. I wish we had Rogue. Let's get a Bamf out of our deck. I think we have one left. Yep. We're going to put it on him. We'll flip. X-Jet to play Scout Ahead, clear 3. And then Protective Training and Repost for Triage. She can clear 1. And we'll just hold Beak. I think he'll be good. 1 threat on, we're going to Bamf this. It's 3 against 5 now. Make it 4 against 5. He's going to take 1 from Retaliate. We're going to draw 2. And then Hard to Ignore triggers for 1. And counter card is Side Scheme. Cannot thwart this scheme. Okay. Beak can get rid of it. But we don't have 3 allies for him. Oh yeah, we take 1 off of this as well. Just do energy for Day Tripper. Free Bamf is a free Bamf. We don't really want to attack him until we see the second copy of Now We're Angry. Get rid of both of them in 1 attack. There isn't a lot for us to do either. Probably could have played Tally-Ho. Let's clear our stun. Day Tripper clears the main. We hold Beak 1 more turn. Maybe Riposte and Tally-Ho. We just play hard into the villain phase. Yeah. Kind of a pass turn, but I think it's okay. 1, 2, Bamf. Or no, we're going to use Tally-Ho, return that Bamf to hand, deal 3. It's not an attack, so no triggering this. He's attacking for 3 against R5. This comes into play. Okay, we have Riposte. That's nice. He's going to take this. We're going to draw 2. The Patrol does not block Hard to Ignore. And then this comes down to 2. Now we're going to defend against the Enraged Symbiote. We're going to use 1 Repost to play another Repost. We blocked all the damage. He dies. We're going to draw 2 more off of Change of Fortune. Drawing through our deck. Going to see Rogue again hopefully soon. And now we're angry. Okay, there we go. So this worked out exactly how we wanted it. We wanted both now we're angry, so we get rid of both of them at the same time instead of one at a time. We did another perfect defense, by the way, so that's down to 1. I don't know, maybe we just trigger this. So that we can override it with build support. We have all of our supports, I think. So build support isn't that good. Superpower training, maybe? Yeah, neither of the player side schemes are that good for us, except for deck thinning. Not as good as Prehensile Tail, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and just hard play that. Hard play Armored Vest. Don't need Beak here. We don't need Polaris. I think we're just going to go here. We want to get these allies back in the shuffle. We're going to go 3 damage. 1, 2, 3 into Venom. And that's going to completely remove the Now We're Angries. But it is going to give him 2 boost cards. And then I don't think we want to deck out this turn just because we're in a little bit of a weak position. Might hold these allies, actually. So there's 3, 2 on the main. We'll use Bamf to make ourselves the defender. He's got 3 boosts. Do we have riposte? No riposte. So there's a chance we don't trigger our take no damage stuff, unfortunately. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do not. So it's 5 against 7. We take 2. He's going to take 1 back from Retaliates, and the encounter card is remove 2 chime counters. If it's on the quiet side, take a damage. That's it. Okay. I held Polaris just in case we took a lot of damage from that attack, but fortunately it wasn't that much. Let's go ahead and X-Jet for a Bamf. Teleport drop looks good here. We go Polaris, game time. Oh yeah, so like Bamf, and then we teleport drop with those 2. It's going to deal 8, it's going to advance him to the next stage. Get the tough. Now I know they ruled that the retaliate doesn't go off, but I think the forced response will still go off. So place 2 face down boost cards on each identity. So there's 2. And then from his response, it's going to give another 2. So that's 4. That decks him out. Maybe we should have used Polaris first. I think there's no overkill. We could play an ally. Or can we? Oh yeah, teleport trap should put a half stun on him. I am a little bit worried, actually. I am a little bit worried. We gotta stop holding Beak every turn. We'll just take 2 off the main. We will hopefully trigger Astonishing. Oof. Could we have... What did we spend? Protective Training? Yeah, nothing here. Oh wait, we had Prehensile Tail. So we didn't have to spend game time. So that means we can get Beak down. Beak does 1 here. I don't think we want to clear Astonishing. I think we just want to ping the tough. And Beak can jump for us into this big attack. I think there's no overkill in this set of cards. Extra encounter card. 3 on the man. Beak will defend. Oh, there is a chance that this is overkill. This boost card here. Let's risk it. It's a 3 out of 30 chance. Under Fire, Threat or Menace, Biting Retort. Remove 1 chime counter. Put this into play. It is overkill. Look at that. Are we dead? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus 3, that's 8. Ooh, I think it's death. We should have basic defended. I don't know what we were thinking. 3, 6, 7, 8. Dang, that was a misplay. We even had the, man, we even could have killed out this enraged symbiote potentially. Seven, 1, 6, yeah. We should have just defended for 5. We're blocking all of his attacks, so it would be only boost damage. We'd have to get six boost icons in 4 cards. It's kind of likely. Oh no, he would have had to. He would have had to get 8 boost icons. Yeah, we messed that up. We should have basic defended with Beak if he got a second attack. Or oh, we had Cuckoos even for a second attack. We definitely misplayed this all the way. We misplayed this after such a great start too. Wow, that was a hard misplay, guys. I forgot about Cuckoos. We should have defended this one, even if we're not triggering our stuff. I maybe even Beak to clear Astonishing for the stun, especially with the double encounter card turn. What would our encounter cards have been? This and this. Common Criminal, Biting Retort. Yeah, I guess we would have died to Biting Retort, even if we re-roll it. No, I guess we re-rolled it into this one. It's not as bad. That's upsetting. We had such a good start. Well, sometimes it'd be like that. You just misplay for no reason. Completely preventable loss right there. Absolutely preventable. Alright. Let's do it again. And we had so many good plays that game. Like with the Obligation, I thought that was a great turn. Got some good value out of repost and change. This comes back. 18. Tough. No acceleration. 2 threat here. I don't know if we're going to get that lucky again. Clearing Specialized, turn 1. Day Tripper. We can pitch most of this, I think. Might have to live through a Tooth and Nail the first turn. Yeah. Let's get a free Bamf. Spend it as a resource because of Day Tripper. She's just going to get us a free one already. Or do we not Day Tripper and we go Legion instead? Or I guess we have enough for both. Let's do both. Port Away. Repost. Protective Training for Legion. And then these 2 for Day Tripper. It's going to get the Bamf back, ping his Tough. And I guess there's a chance maybe we clear it. Or unless you 2, 2, 5, 6. No, there's no chance. Legion will go ahead and take 1 off Tooth and Nail. That's an energy for 2. Day Tripper Nightcrawler will take 4 off, get it down to 3. So at least if we draw Scout ahead, we've got a chance of clearing it. 5, 1 threat on, we Bamf. It's 2 against 3. Make it 4 against 3. We're going to take 1 damage. We got to watch out for that Biting Retort card. Loose Ends. Ooh, search for our Obligation and reveal it. If we change to Alter Ego, discard 1 card from our hand. I think that's fine. Our hand isn't super good here. And we can get the card back from Bamf. So there we go. So we reveal that. We're going to flip to Alter Ego. And then do we exhaust? Yeah, let's exhaust. It's fine. Or do we just want to discard Tally-Ho? So if we discard Tally-Ho and another card, that gives us 4 cards. We could play... let's say Beak is a Bamf here. Or like let's say we have Beak and Tally-Ho get discarded. We have a 4th card that's a Bamf. We can we can get Armored Vest and Specialized. Or we do Cutlasses and Bamf. Probably Cutlasses and Bamf. So yeah, let's discard Tally-Ho, discard Crisis of Faith, and then we discard, or wait, during that reveal, if you change Alter Ego form, discard one random card from our hand. So I think we do the random discard first before Crisis. So I did discard Beak, and then we discard Tally-Ho, and then we're going to grab a Bamf out of the deck. Oh wait, no, we have our second encounter card. Swinging Assault. Ignore everything I just said. The villain attacks. Give the villain one additional boost card for that attack. Alright. So he's attacking with double boost. Probably want to defend. Or do we just chump with Day Tripper? No, I think we basic defend here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got kind of lucky on those boosts, only hitting us for 1. Let's have Legion ping 1 here. Discard the top card. It's a mental. That's really good. We're gonna take 2 off the main. He goes to 2. Day Tripper was gonna clear Tooth and Nail. That was great. Sad to lose the Chapel, but it's what it is. Kurt's Cutlasses for Armored Vest. Specialized Training will get a Bamf back. And the risky play there would be Specialized instead of Vest. I kind of like that though. We have Legion. Legion might be able to ping it down some. We still have 2 Scout Aheads in our deck. Yeah. Let's go for the risky play. 1. We pitch Bamf. It's 2 on 3. Wow, 5 on 3. We take 2. Encounter card. Just 1. Caught off guard. We have nothing, so it's going to surge. Under fire. Oh my gosh. Okay. Bell Tower. Cheat is blank. Doesn't matter for us. Biting Retort. Jeez. Basic defend. He's attacking for 3 and 0, so we take no damage. We're getting lucky on these boosts. There goes 1 advance. Alright, looks like another build turn for us. Legion will take 1 off Specialized. Discard the top card. It's Energy. 1, 2. Sad to see him go. He was putting in work for us. I think Teleport Drop for Hard to Ignore. Port and Punch for Electrostatic, and then Change of Fortune is going to grab Bamf. At least we're semi-built. Still might die. Let's see, 1 here. We trigger Bamf. 4, 2, 3, 4. We are taking 1. That's unfortunate, so no Hard to Ignore. But we will ping him 1 back with Electrostatic. And counter card, Common Criminal Surge. Okay. We need to get some extra defense here somewhere. Because we're being killed by his boost. Scout Ahead. 2 Scout Aheads. So we play 2, we get Bamf. Feels really good. Or you play 2, flip, and do this. Because how many schemes have we had? He has an advance left. And he has 1 Biting Retort left. But no Swing Assaults. I think I'm okay to take that risk, honestly. We need to start coming back somehow. So let's go Port and Punch for Scout Ahead. Take 3 off the main. And then Superpower Training for Scout Ahead. Take 3 off Specialized. Flip. Recover. 1, 2, 3. I don't think there's any Bamfs left in the deck, but just checking. Oh, there is. So let's grab that. Or do we grab it for next turn? Sorry, I hit the wrong button once again. I'm going to have to edit out the last 2 seconds. I did hit the wrong thing on tabletop. I don't know why sometimes it brings up that menu, but yeah. So we checked. We had a Bamf still in our deck. I think we're going to spend Strength on the Common Criminal to remove Threat from Specialized. Get this Defense Specialist down, save the Bamf for next turn on the way up if we don't draw it. We did draw it, that sucks. Let's see, 1 threat on Venom Schemes for 2. Put that into play, Schemes for 1 more. And counter card is Assault. It's going to surge into Threat or Menace. You may change form. For an hero form, place 2 threat on the main. If for an alter ego, cannot change form. Cannot change form. That's kind of rough. It means we can't play Honorary, get no use out of X-Jet. So we could just play Rogue and a Bamf. But now we have problems. We're gonna have to flip up. Place 2 on the main. Yeah. And this little dude is kind of a pain. Kind of a pain. We're gonna have to bamf. No doubt about it. Energy and Rogue. I wish we could play her, but don't have the time for X-Jet. X-Jet and Honorary for Triage. Heal 2. Take out this dude. And then next turn we just go for the main. I mean, Rogue would help us with the main, but we'd still have to use her to clear this guy, and then we don't get the X-Jet. So I think this is the right move. Gonna deck out, unfortunately. Bamf. He attacks for 3, we defend for 4. There goes advance, that's nice. So we blocked all the damage. 1 off the main with hard to ignore, 1 back to him with electrostatic, and then draw 1. Double encounter cards. First one that, second one that. This one's not so bad for us. We don't mind being stunned. Let's actually just go ahead and clear that. Alright. Jet and Genius for Professor X. Unfortunately no Bamfs, but we can at least defend with Professor maybe. Oh, actually I don't really like that, because he does have overkill. We just go repost and, unflappable and prehensile tail. What do we hold reposts? Just get down cuckoos. Oh boy. We still have build sport to get cuckoos, so I'm thinking unflappable and tail here. Yeah, unflappable and tail. Hold triage. Man, he's swinging for base 4. We're defending for base 4. That's really annoying. Nightcrawler is so bad at removing attachments too. Alright, 1 threat here. Yeah, maybe we could have held that repost, honestly. We gotta get cutlasses down. This looks like a good hand, at least. I don't mind basic defending. Oh wait, we did take no damage. Holy cow. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to take 1 from this boost effect, but we took no damage from the activation itself. Electrostatic, hard to ignore, and then we're going to draw 2. It's going to give us a lot of money this turn. Encounter card says Lashing Out. Not the worst. Just an acceleration. Professor X goes away. Alright, Legion, Rogue, Build Sport, Cutlasses. All of these are good. Scout ahead. Still no Bamfs. We ran out of Bamfs. Yeah, I don't think we necessarily care about Scout ahead here, because this side scheme we don't care about. This is just an acceleration. So maybe we build. Cutlasses, change, and what? Cutlasses, change, and Legion, I think is what we can do. So if we do Strength for Cutlasses, we do Rogue for change, and then Jet, Scout, and Build Support come in for Legion. Now there's a chance we get rid of this. The other thing is we get rid of the Amplify. If we don't play Legion, we get rid of the Amplify, actually. We're at 5 defense now. Have we seen both Now We're Angries? No, we haven't. Let's go Triage, Legion, clear the main. Legion discards a physical. The least useful one for him. But I'm fine to get our deck milled. Come on, draw 5, there we go. Okay, Protective Training on Legion is looking good. 2 here. Basic Defend for 5, he's attacking for base 4. 5, we perfect defended again. Look at that, Electrostatic and Cutlasses will deal 2 back. We're going to draw 2. And then Hard to Ignore clears 1. Okay, single encounter card. Common Criminal, Surge. For whom the bell tolls, we take a damage. Okay, let's see. He has not taken any damage from an attack. We did get a Bamf. This is good. Let's drop Port and Punch to put Protective Training on Legion. X-Jet for Chapel. Put a Bamf up here. Polaris for the Vests. Super built now. Legion will go ahead and clear the main. Discard the top card, it's energy. We'll put 2 into the Common Criminal. And then we can game time him for free activation, clears the criminal, and let's see, mental will take 2 threats off of for, let's see, guard the bell tower. Yeah. Seems good. Now we got 6 defense. We're really rolling it now. Okay. Bamf, he's attacking for base 5. 6, 7. Ouch. Takes out 1 there. So no perfect defense, but he is going to take 2 damage back. We are going to draw 1 from this. Kind of want to get Astonishing down. Encounter card is Enraged Symbiote. Okay. I'd love to get rid of these now we're angries before we flip him to stage 3. So I kind of want to attack this dude. Let's go ahead and clear our stun. Or do we keep him alive for the villain phase with riposts? Or tally-ho. Have we seen our tally-hos? Let's count the discard real quick. Where are our tally-hos? We haven't seen either. But we'd have to waste a Bamf. I guess we do have 2 Bamfs, potentially. Okay. Let's X-Jet, play out Astonishing. Defending both him and the symbiote seems good. We can have Legion, I don't know, abort this side scheme. Pitch a tally-ho. Oof. Do 2 damage here. Maybe we just never clear these, honestly. Maybe we just only kill him with, like, non-attack damage. And then eventually a teleport drop. We put a Bamf here. We discard a teleport drop to get a Bamf up there. I guess we don't need Riposte, actually, because our Electrostatic plus Retaliate will kill him. So we can do Repost for Scout Ahead. Can't touch the main right now. I don't know, Lashing Out. What else are we doing? Astonishing gets close. Maybe Astonishing. That means we can clear it after these 2 Bamfs. Oh, we could have used our tail for that. And held Repost. And maybe Repost into Venom. I like that. We're at 6 defense. Chances of him killing us are slim. We just don't deck out right now. Okay. Draw 3. 2 on. We Bamf, or do we tally-ho? Ooh, let's tally-ho. Oh, we have it. Prehensile Tail. Tally-ho. Return Bamf to hand. It's going to deal him 3. He's attacking for base 5 into our base 6. Okay. We did take no damage. So retaliate 1 first. And then let's hard to ignore 1. And then let's draw 2. We are going to deck out this turn. Okay, now we Electrostatic Armor to send him. So 20. Tough. Here we get 2 boost cards on our identity. 1 and 2. Okay, we're going to defend this symbiote. Oh yes, 1 off of here. We're going to defend this symbiote. And then Electrostatic and Retaliate will kill him. It's going to trigger Change of Fortune. We draw 2. We did deck out. Extra encounter card. And then this symbiote. Oh wait. That second defense clears Astonishing, which is going to stun and confuse each enemy. So this is a full confuse now. And he has a half a stun. Oh my gosh. Keep grabbing the wrong thing. And then that means that this enemy is actually stunned. So we don't get attacked by him. Nice. We have a big hand. If we do get attacked again, we have ways to deal with it. So first, Unstable Sentience. He's going to get another boost, and that's going to surge. So he decks out. Alright, we reveal this one next. It's Assault. So now we defend. Yeah. We just can't get another Assault. Is the only thing. So as basic defend, we will use X-Jet to play Repost. So we're defending for like 8 or something crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe we need to do 2 Reposts because he has 3 boost cards, all with Amplify. I think we do need another one. So we'll go Superpower Training for another Repost. So it's one. So we're defending for 10. He's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wow. Wow. 14. So we take 4. Retaliate will ping his tough. Then Repost will deal 3 from its delayed effect. Electrostatic for 1. Alright, moment of truth here. Shadow of the Past. Okay, we have to chump Legion for Azazel. Port Away is like our only saving grace in this scenario. So Legion dies to Azazel. That is a crying shame. This is why we need to get Cuckoos out. Let's go ahead and do Energy for Day Tripper. She'll attach a Bamf from somewhere. Oh, out of our deck. No, not. Let's wait on this. Let's wait on this because we can grab it out of our deck. Let's use Port Away to Bamf for cover for 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to grab the Bamf before we recover, and then draw off of Chapel. Just like that, just like we planned. Okay, Beak and Day Tripper are really good here. So we'll go up. We'll do Energy for Day Tripper. It's going to attach a Bamf up here, deal damage. And then we can do 2 for Beak. It's going to clear 1 off the main with his ability. Hazard sucks here. Day Tripper clears the symbiote, or we keep him for our no, I think we need to kill Azazel in the villain phase. But we've only got a single Riposte and 2 Tally-Hos in the deck to do it. We can't attack him because of the guard. We can't clear the main because of the patrol. Getting rid of these overkills would do a lot for us. It is a full confuse. Maybe you just stay down. Right? I don't think you're even in advanced loss range, potentially. Oh no, he's got the Amplify. We are in advanced loss range. Just gonna have to stay up. Maybe Day Tripper and Beak will clear Azazel. We put a Bamf up on this guy. Hold on to this Bamf. And just tightly grip onto the sides of the chair. 3. We will Bamf Venom. He's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. We really only defended for 6, huh? Ouch. He takes 2 back. We draw a card. And then we'll we'll Bamf this guy. He'll die to Retaliate and Electrostatic. That will trigger our good stuff. So Hard to Ignore. And then Unflappable for 1. We do have Riposte, so we probably don't die to an Assault. And he is confused, so we don't die to an Advance. Okay, Change of Fortune for 2 more. Maybe we're winning this turn. It's only 13. Assaults. Basic Defend. Prehensile Tail for Reposts. No other defense events. So let's see what he gets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We defended for 8. So he takes 3, Electrostatic, and then Retaliate. And I think we easily have 8 damage here. Oh wait, we forgot the hazard. So he's actually getting another encounter card. Search for our obligation. Okay, that's fine. I think we're still winning. If we flip, we get to discard a card. That's fine, actually. So we flip, we discard a random card, and we can't resolve either option. Ooh, rogue. We wanted her. We can't resolve either option, so we just discard it. Unfortunately, no chapel. I don't think there's any Bamps left either. Yeah, no Bamps. Alright, we flip up. We have 3 damage here. Can we get another 5 somewhere? Polaris for 2, Triage for 1, that's 3. And then our basic defense in the villain phase does it. Wow. Wow, discarding Rogue was literally the worst there. We should have stayed up, huh? We wouldn't have lost any cards because we weren't getting anything back. There's nothing to flip for. That was stupid. Yeah, we're exhausted. We can't use Chapel. We have no other alter ego triggers, so we should have stayed up, not lost the card. Yeah, Rogue would have won us the game. We should... I don't know if you guys will let me take that one back, but we definitely could have just played Rogue, dealt ourselves a damage, Rogue attacks for 3, Beak for 1, Day Tripper for 2, so that's 6, and then Polaris would have been 2 more for 8. Exact. That's fine, we can win in the villain phase, that's okay. Let's do this and this for Polaris, give ourselves Tough, give ourselves Honorary, X-Jet for a Bamf. Whoops. +1 health from Honorary. And then, let's see. Beak for 1. Oh, wait, we get a bunch of extra boosts, but this is the only indirect. Or for Whom the Bell Tolls. How many Whom the Bell Tolls have we seen? None. So actually the extra boosts kind of suck in this one specific instance. We might have to do one more turn. This is so silly. We're going to do Day Tripper, Beak, and Polaris to do 4 off of this. These 2 for Triage. Heal ourselves for 2. Triage will take care of the hazard. It's going to deal us Azazel face down, but maybe we kill him in the villain phase. Okay. 5 cards. 1, 2, 3 on. 7. He is attacking for a lot. We're going to Bamf this. Okay. We take no damage. That's 1. He's going to take 2 back from Retaliate and Electrostatic. We're going to draw 2. Oh, we should have tally-hoed. We could have double tally-hoed to win. Because, yeah, we can play both off of a single Bamf. So, yeah, we could just do X-Jet and Prehensile Tail. This would have to be done as soon as Bamf makes us the defender, not after. But that would have been 6 damage. It would have been 6 and then the Retaliate, and then we would have won. So if we just rewind that. Whoop. There's been multiple ways we could have won this last turn, and we're just making it harder on ourselves. But there you go. Tally-ho win. Alright, protection. That was okay. Even against Venom, steady, villain. We kept his overkill attachments all game, and we're just like tanking it. Some scary moments. But basically, as long as we don't attack in protection, I think, is the way we win this scenario. The last game when we attacked to remove the overkill stuff, and we didn't really need to, and he got all those boost cards, and we died. That was a mistake. But okay, I hope you guys enjoyed these games, even if we mucked up in a couple parts. It was pretty entertaining all along the way. All right, so there you go. It's Nightcrawler protection, and if this is the not the last aspect that's part of the video, then hope you guys enjoyed the next aspect, and if it's the last aspect, then I hope you guys enjoyed the entire video. All right, have a great day.